I was gonna get up in the morning and just couldn't get the motor running this morning.
I got a little bit more before I got here today than I did yesterday.
Okay. I got 40 minutes in it yesterday, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
I've been running and walking with traffic.
We have two, and it doesn't matter, they
You have to,
it out all the time, and then you end up, it'll be a knotted up mess.
That's why I get one kid one lease, another kid the other.
you really, I'm good. I mean, I've got complimented on at parks before. Man, you're really good at that. Sometimes I do, but I know that Callie kind of gets behind and I jerk. Really
Wrote a comment that said,
Dan
Boone's got 20 girlfriends.
All right, we're ready?
You can just stand up. I mean, ooh, this is exciting stuff.
Commissioner Munger is not going to be
And
here.
I'm starting at 12:45
You have 30 seconds.
in 30 seconds.
I'm here, you're here. That's good.
I thought the crowd would be bigger for this.
Yeah.
Standing room only.
This is the fun stuff.
It's like Michael's pack. Born ready.
There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk about our fund balance and debt and the budget calendar. I guess the first thing it's weird not seeing that on the screen. Oh, I need my presentation. Oh, shit. Doy. Technology's not my thing. As you can see on the screen, what I did this year is I have 3 years of our fund balance. 18, 19, and 20. You can see between 18 and 19, the numbers aren't there, but we did increase fund balance by almost 4.2 million. And then between 19 and 20, we increased fund balance by roughly 3.8 million. I think the two things important on this, a couple of things are important on this screen, is our total fund balance at the end of 2020 was 60,090,297. But please keep in mind that that first group that totals the 23,746,949 includes state stabilization, PAL bill, certain escrow projects, tourism, and stormwater that are designated for other projects that the general fund can't use. Then we've got money in debt service, that the two highlighted areas, the capital projects and the unassigned fund balance, Those are the two areas I would say that we can use. The 45% unassigned fund balance, that 20,567,460 is just a calculation. It takes our general fund budget minus POW bill, minus tourism, minus stormwater, and whatever that number is, I take 45% of it. And that's what number goes there. So then once all the blanks are filled in, anything that's left over goes into capital projects. And that number is the 8,676,664. So I can go ahead and tell you for FY21, our unassigned fund balance is going to be 20,425,813. And that's just based on what our budget is for that year. That's what that means. That was kind of quick, but does anybody have any questions?
For the people who had in the poll, will Jackie keep her mouth shut, 3 minutes in?
I lost.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. For lay people, Bobby says we've got 20 viewers, so many of the board members may well already know this, but let's cover this adequately. Our funds that can be used for whatever purpose we want to, I would say, is the 20,567,000. We could do a budget, if we have a hurricane, we need to spend $20 million, we need to spend $1 million to pay people to come in and help us clean up. The source for that would be the $20 million. We can, POW bill is, I corrected Kevin yesterday. He said it was about $3 million. I'm like, oh, it's $4 million. It's $4 million currently because we haven't spent all we budgeted this year. He's right. It's ballpark $3 million in last year's budget. We can't use POW bill funds to pay police officers. We can't use POW bill funds to pay the light bill at Siegel. So POW bill funds, the state gives us a list of things that's eligible to be spent on POW bill funds and things that are not. Historically, the lion's share of what we use POW bill funds for have been street maintenance, which is resurfacing, to pay to resurface a street. We could use it to support sidewalks. We have a board-adopted policy that we will set anything above 45% of our budget, we'll set aside and use it exclusively for a capital purpose. And so Patty's highlighted 2 rows for a reason. Everything above that 45% is the 8,676,664. So 8.6 of that is what we've got over and above 45% of our budget. As our general fund budget grows, as a general rule, you see the second row she's highlighted that says 45% unassigned. We've funded to do a lot of capital projects from our savings. And as we funded those projects, our budget grew. As our budget grows, it takes more to set aside to get up to 45%. That's why in FY18, we only had to set aside $13 million to get up to 45%, and now it's up to 20. As our budget has grown, it takes a higher number of dollars to set aside 45%. You can change that 45% with a stroke of a pen and 4 votes. You can make it a different number. There are places that don't have a fund balance policy at all. I would not recommend that. Is 45% the right number? Mayor, you have a comment when I ask that question?
I mean, the average town our size, it's in the 20-25% range. So every 5% is $2 million.
As soon as I slow down and take a breath, Patty's going to hit that next slide button. In a few keystrokes, Patty and I could show you not what my opinion is, not what the mayor's opinion is, or anybody else's opinion. We can show you the state of North Carolina puts out a memo every year that effectively tells you what absolutely every municipality in the state of North Carolina, county too, but that's less of a concern for us, what their percentage of fund balance is. I'm not going to say they measure it a little bit differently, but they think of it differently because whatever you have, they measure fund balance available. They really don't care that our total fund balance is $60 million. They look at what portion of it is available. What's available is the part that you don't have restricted, set aside for another purpose, and they key in on reserve for restricted because of state stabilization. I slow down and we get back to CIP in a little while, we need some funding sources for capital projects. And so what are our sources? Fund balance is a source. Not me, not the mayor, nobody recommends 45%, that $20 million go down to zero. Nobody wants that number at zero. The 8.6%, the $8.6 million, it's not terrible. That's our goal is to set aside 45%. Some of us have an exercise goal, right? You hit that exercise goal every day? No, but you still keep that as your goal. 45% as a goal is fine. If you drop it to 35%, that's okay. One of the things I will tell you is if our budget continues to grow, setting aside, nobody in 2018 thought only setting aside $13.8 million was a bad thing. That would be okay. So is 45% the right number? I don't know. Patty, let's look at the next slide.
Okay. So this next slide comes from the North Carolina Department of State Treasurer and from 2019, and I looked at municipalities greater than 50,000 in population. So this could be Charlotte and Raleigh and Greensboro. I mean, so Huntersville available fund balance is $45,041,041. Jackie, you want to take over for a minute?
Yeah, you take a breath or two. So the previous slide said we've got a total fund balance of $60 million. The state of North Carolina says the available portion is $45 million. They like to measure, think about the municipalities, say down east, very subject to a hurricane area. How much of your budget do you have sitting aside that you could draw on if you needed to, that's available for you before you collect next year's taxes? And so the state will tell you, think about this logically. If somebody just asked me cold, Jackie, what's our general fund budget? I'm gonna tell you ballpark general fund's about 35 million. If we have 45 million available, the portion of our fund balance that is available as a percentage of our total budget is 114. There are municipalities out there surviving on a number as low as 14. I'm not among them. I'm never going to advocate our available fund balance go down to 14%. I will be coughing more than Patty.
Well, and you can even see that the average is between 36 and then the median's 35. So clearly, if the average is 36 and the median's 35, we're well above that.
She's showing you some statistics off that chart too. She shows you what the percentage is that's the highest. That's code for ours is the highest.
Right. The one that goes with, the percentage that goes with the 238 is 65.85. So I put that to the side because that's what really goes with the highest dollar amount, but we're at 114. And then you can see that same column, but they just say, let's take out Powell bill. We're at 41,942,000, and the percentage is 106. And the average, we kind of fall, just like with the fund balance, we fall kind of right between the average and the median.
And so Patty, explain to them what's in parentheses on the highest column. If you
we're the 106.58, and the next closest is the 64.70.
Right. So we're blowing that one out of the water, and if you took us out of that population, what would the next highest group be? It'd be at 64.7%.
Right.
So if you're low in that average, you're saying those Huntersville people, take them out of the average. They're making me look awful. Here's how you compare with other places. One of the things I'd love for you to take away with you is when the state of North Carolina calculates fund balance available, clearly they've been including Powell bill in that. Kevin, how you feel about us using Powell bill for just any purpose? That'd be a big fat negative. No, we don't do that. That's why they've started in recent years on this memo adding that column. Total fund balance, that's 60 million on the previous page, includes stormwater, it includes tourism, it includes Powell bill. You can't use those for just absolutely any purpose, so it's probably smarter to look at available taken some of those designations out.
Okay, the next slide I have is our debt service slide. And what this does is that first of all, it lists on the left all of our different types of debt. We have private placement. That's really that is the only one we have like with a bank, kind of like what Jackie would say, like with your mortgage. The next group is our general obligation bonds, whether we've refunded or they're brand new, and you can see that 2020, our newest issue out there, Bond Series 2020. Then we've got our limited obligation bonds that we did back 2012-ish. And that just kind of brought together a bunch of different loans that we had and just put it in one spot. You can see that in FY21, we think our payments are going to be $5,534,787, and our outstanding balance at the end of FY 2020 was $57,156,721.
Clearly, I love this slide because it's full of numbers, but let me tell you some of the things I think it's important for you to take off of it. First of all, you know what interest rates are today. Look at that total TIC rate, total true interest cost. We don't have any big number interest rates, so you should be proud that we're issuing debt at some of the lowest rates that you can issue them. When Jackie and Anthony look at this slide, when we talk about when we might need to issue debt again, a column that we like an awful lot is that first column, the current year's payment. In your FY21 budget, you're already setting aside $278,000 because you have to on the 2004 bonds that we refunded related to parks. In 2024, we're talking today right now about the adoption of the FY22 budget. So FY24 is not that long away. So in the FY24 budget, we'll have a debt service payment mature, and it'll free up $278,000 for a future year's budget. Should we be spending that $278,000 on police salaries, or should we be spending it on another building's debt service? We've got some options. We don't have to look for a place in the budget in that year because we're going to free up $278,000. That's why we like that column.
You sound like Cheek to Tully.
Oh, yes. Okay, the next slide is the budget calendar. So on February the 8th, all the departments received their templates for the budget calendar. I asked for those back on March 5th. Anthony and Jackie and I have meetings with the department. This calendar is very similar to last year. It's March 15th through the 26th. We want to talk about on April 19th the 5-year forecast and the major capital projects again if we've had any changes. Anthony will bring the preliminary budget to you on May 3rd. We'll have work sessions in May if we need them. On May 17th, we'll have a public hearing, and hopefully on June 7th, we'll adopt the budget. Any questions on that? Pretty easy. The next one, and Kevin's got some of this, but we just wanted to talk about our other revenue categories. Our vehicle fee, which is our transportation reserve fund, is $20 per vehicle. In FY 2020, the town collected $895,000, which calculates roughly to $44,775 in vehicles. Just to let you know, if we increase the rate from 20 to 25, every $5 is $224,000. And honestly, when I did this, I kept the vehicles at the same number. So it'll be more than that just because our vehicles are going to increase. But that's just FYI how much we could increase the transportation reserve budget to do more transportation projects, smaller projects that Kevin and Stephen find.
Yeah, and all these fee things and revenue things you're gonna hear Patty talk about here in the next several slides were all related to sort of questions. So while we had her up and we're talking money, I thought it was a good time. And we're not recommending right now, maybe what they should be. It all sort of depends as we get more stuff in, and road projects and various things, but we want to share with you the numbers here today. And today you say, yes, Anthony, rock solid, we want you to bump that up or not, definitely let us know. But we'll be looking at that as we go through this process to potentially generate revenue to help pay for some of these things.
And the next fee that we have is the solid waste fee, $84. That we increased that 5 years ago probably, Max was here. That fee generates almost $1.6 million in FY '20. Each dollar is $19,000. Each dollar that we increase it by. Currently, the town only covers 45% of the cost. To break even, we would have to charge $188 or $16 a month compared to $7. So that's how much it would cost for that to, we get in this much revenue and we spend that much.
Before you flip off that slide, I think it was about 2 years ago, I believe we increased that by $1. It wasn't much, but I guess I would reach out to my fellow board members and say this is probably a good time to think about, every month I believe we have 50 new houses that give or take come on board in the town, and it might be a time to look at a multi-year, maybe 3-year plan to try and at least create a cost-neutral solid waste fee, so that each month we go back, we have to subsidize more and more on this particular fee, and it's kind of a fixed fee. We know what it looks like, but anyway, something to consider when we look at the budget to make this cost neutral over some period of time.
On the next slide, Kevin's got like a breakdown of exactly, like the solid waste fees per household is $879, recycles $230, yard waste is $437. So I mean, really, this is just kind of recapping in more detail the one before, the $84 per unit, and generates about 1.6 million. But that on the second bullet or the second group of bullets, that tells you how much it is per item that we pick up. Wouldn't you say? Land development fees. This was really Kevin and Stephen, but you feel like now the annual review of fees to cover the cost. They were looking at that. A few fees are below the cost to provide service. I think Stephen, if he's in here, I don't see him. He's right there. Did you want to kind of talk about land development?
So I think what's going to come out of here is we're going to come back to you probably with some changes to the fees on land development fees. If you recall, when we put these in place, we compared to how are we doing, how is Mecklenburg County doing? We pulled some of those services in-house. As the state's here, some a little higher, some a little lower. You'll probably see some changes come back to you. We don't have a slide here to say we're going to adjust this one by $5 or that one down by $2, but that will be coming back to you for consideration. Is that probably the gist of it, Stephen?
That's kind of what you wanted to say.
Some of the fees we're not covering our costs on, so we'd just be looking for some small increases. Some of the fees we're not covering our costs on providing that service, so we'd look to adjust a few of those fees just to make sure we're covering costs.
Okay. The next slide is stormwater fees.
Yes, I'll give Jackie a little bit of a break, or Patty a little bit of a break here. If you guys will recall, and I don't know the exact year, but a long time ago, the stormwater fees, this is the bill that you get inside your water bill, so all the citizens get this. The town of Huntersville hasn't changed, the policy hasn't changed since the inception of the program. At first, when it came out, it was a 2-tiered system, and it was based on the impervious square feet of your property. So it's not just your rooftop, but it's your rooftop and your driveway and your patio and your swimming pool and all that kind of stuff. So that's how that impervious area is calculated. We had a 2-tier system. The county several years ago went to a 4-tier system. The town of Huntersville at that time opted to keep the 2-tiered system, even though it looks like a 4-tiered system. But basically, tier 1, the town portion of that is $1.42, and then tiers 2, 3, and 4 collected $2.12 for the town, and then the commercial had a rate as well. So last year, that plus or minus, that generated for the town of Huntersville approximately $840,000. Again, much like similar to Powell bill, our current stormwater fund balance is around $4 million. Much like I talked about just yesterday with the Powell bill, and our street situation, and we also identified some stream issues we talked briefly about yesterday. We got more of those coming down the pipe. I mean, we got some repairs that are coming down the pipe that are significant in cost. Right now, currently, that says 3. Since this slide was created, we've identified a 4th. But we have one big project currently underway in the Hamptons, a partnership with Mecklenburg County, and we have identified 2 that are currently, we're working with the county and Mecklenburg Soil and Water to design projects, and then the one that was identified since the creation of this slide is also going to be a large expense. So we're talking, the one that we currently are working on now is like over $1.5 million, like 1.6, $1.7 million in cost. The other 3 I anticipate are going to be somewhere around 300,000, 300 to 400,000. In addition to our streams, we have aging infrastructure, as you know. A lot of development happened in Huntersville all at once. That development now is aging. I mean, the pipes under the streets and the storm drain systems and all that kind of stuff is obviously aging. We're seeing increased potholes and pipe failures that we're constantly having to address. Just from a call-in standpoint and all of that. So, in addition to that, and I wrote it down here, the Mecklenburg County collects from our stormwater a portion that covers, so much like you have to pay, we have to pay, citizens have to pay based on their impervious area, the Mecklenburg County collects from each municipality based on the area of roadways that we have. So they kind of collect our impervious area and bill us back. This year, that number was 144,000. So of the money they collect for us and give us back, they in turn bill us for our impervious area $144,000 a year. The Mecklenburg County Stormwater folks have presented to their boards an increase, a 5-year plan to increase 22% each year for the next 5 years on that $145,000 that they collect from us. So quick little math exercise, at the end of that 5 years, that cost will have gone up $258,000 that the county is going to collect back from us.
Do they bill the state for their roads, or are we paying for the state's roads?
I don't think that we pay for the states, and I'm not aware if they bill the state or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's based on our road miles, the town system.
So the gist of all this that you're gonna see in the next couple of slides is, we're gonna be coming back to you for stormwater increases, at least from standpoint at a minimal, to address the county charging us more. So you'll probably see something on that also. We don't have the slide today to show you this is what it needs to be, but,
Well, we do.
oh, you got, okay, I'm sorry, you do.
Yeah.
2 slides later, I'm sorry.
So Anthony and I are arm wrestling over the mic now. That previous slide, if we're generating about $840,000 a year and we have fund balance of $4 million, Jackie, why on earth would you propose to us that we increase the fee? It takes 5 years if you spend nothing to get up to the $4 million in fund balance level, and 3 of our projects will be done, in our estimation, by June 30, 22, and we'll have used more than 50% of the existing fund balance. So Jackie and Patty are kind of hand-wringing. And so, in addition, what we're receiving $840, and so the county's turning around and sending us a bill for what's currently $150 of that back, so we're netting $700, and the county's telling us the $140, $150 a year will be $400 by 5 years from now. So that's just unsustainable.
That's right. So, not to get too much in the weeds as far as the way the system currently is set up, but it's not an equitable distribution between impervious square feet, even within the 4-tiered system. So, what we are proposing, and this is based on information we received from the county, and they are going to be proposing it as well, as well as Cornelius, Mint Hill, and several other municipalities in the area. But it goes to basically a flat rate per square foot for an average impervious square feet within those tiers. Currently, right now, you'll see that it's between a tier 1 resident pays 8.4 1/100ths of a penny per square foot, where the larger tiers only pay 3.1 100ths of a cent per square foot. So you can see it's not equitable. So what we're proposing to do is, and currently to make that change to be net zero, to be revenue neutral, we're at 7.3 hundredths of a cent per square foot. We're proposing to increase that to 9 100ths of a cent. What that does is generates about $2.5 million per year. I'm sorry. Hey, I wouldn't do that much, team.
That's why you got money people on two sides of it.
Right, that's right. Thank y'all, yeah. $250,000 per year. And what it does to what people are gonna see on their water bill, which is the most important thing, tier 1 residents will see an increase in their stormwater fee for the town portion by 10 cents. Tier 2 folks will see an increase of 9 cents per month. Tier 3 will see $1.19. Remember now, we really don't have a tier 3 and tier 4, so in this we're proposing the 4-tier system. So tier 3 folks will see an increase of $1.19 per month on their water bill, and tier 4 folks will see an increase of $4 per month. And again, tier 4 is it makes up less than 10% of the total accounts would be tier 5 folks, but they will see an increase of $4 per month.
And just by way of clarification, you said that so everybody's paying the same rate? Is that?
Everybody's paying, yeah,
If we do this, everybody will be paying the same rate?
That's right. Yes, it's a uniform rate per square foot of impervious area.
Gotcha.
Just for comparison, we went back and forth on whether this slide was too busy, and saying I can't even hardly see it from here. But anyway, this is a breakdown of what currently everyone is charging. This is all the municipalities, including the city of Charlotte.
These are current rates, so here's what I'll tell you I want you to take away from this slide. These are rates today. Huntersville, Cornelius, and Mint Hill have not yet, since inception, touched their rates. We're told that staff will propose at both Cornelius and Mint Hill new rates. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they'll be adopted. But if you have a curiosity about what our rates currently are, or what the rates once we change them, how they might compare with other entities, I would invite you to look at some of the other ones that are appreciably higher.
Yes.
The Mecklenburg County unincorporated is not higher, but the county is proposing that would be increased as well.
That's correct. Yeah, so Cornelius, Mint Hill, we have heard rumors that Cornelius, Mint Hill, and the unincorporated Mecklenburg County all are proposing an increase this year.
And I would just add about the next 5 years, the county's put us on notice that will increase the fee their plan is to increase the fee to us each of the next 5 years. I would encourage you, much like our approach in the electric fund has been, maybe you don't want to hit those rates every single year for the next 5 years. Maybe you move it a little incrementally and increase rates about every other year. But I'm open to other ideas if that's what you prefer.
Right. To get back to Anthony's point, basically the increase in revenue that we'll see of the $250,000, even though we'll see it every year, but basically that's really we're covering the offset of the increase of the county more than anything. It's not, the scope of the projects that we're seeing that we're having to do is big. I mean, we've got some big projects coming down the line, and so I don't know that I'll be here next year proposing an increase, but I think, like Jackie said, within the next couple of years, we'll probably be looking at an increase again.
So yes, sir, if you've got some strong emotions about any of the revenues we just talked about, I just cannot get behind an increase, or we should totally increase that, now's the time to express that. May will be here before you know it, so please provide us some insight into what you're thinking about fees. Yes, Mayor?
No, my question was really on cost share for these projects. Is there a ratio, 20/80? How does that work with, if I see, you said 300,000-400,000 and $1.5 million, that's all in for Huntersville, and the project is actually 5 times more expensive?
The majority of the projects, you know, we try, well, oftentimes we work with Mecklenburg County folks or Mecklenburg Soil and Water or whoever we can to partner up. We are constantly exploring grant opportunities, and there are some good grant opportunities out there. And that's why we team up with the county, because they're more in tune. You know, they've got a whole stormwater department, and that's what they do. But the projects that we've identified are all on town system. So it's, you know, minus any grant opportunities, or there's no real fund sharing, cost sharing to be had. It's all, you know, it's on the town of Huntersville dime.
And we may take an opportunity, like if we're building a greenway and it's near a stream and it's heavily eroded, we may look for an opportunity there to, while we're out there, do it at the same time and piggyback with the county on a project like that. But for the most part, they're on our system, so we have to, system we're supposed to take care of, so we have to take care of those. So the opportunities there are typically, are there any grants available? And they're typically not large dollar grants, but we are partnering with one now, and we'll continue to look at partnerships and grants on those.
And just for clarification, Mayor, real quick, the town system would be anything that has a 1 square mile drainage area or less. And then at that point, it becomes a major system issue, which is still managed by the Mecklenburg County. So everything that we're looking at repairing is, you know, pipes in streets, creeks in backyards that have a less than 1 square mile drainage area. So that's the difference. And how the whole Hamptons project came along that we're currently working in, Mecklenburg County was improving their creek up to that point and said, hey, you know, we walked it and looked, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done on yours, and we don't want to fix ours downstream, and yours is eroding up here and just messing up what we're doing. So that's how that partnership came to be.
So what are they charging, what are we getting for our extra 250,000 that they're charging Huntersville for?
I don't know that I would be the appropriate person to answer that question. The Mecklenburg County folks could probably, they have a presentation. I think that their plan is to do some, make some significant improvements and investments in the environment with their stream and water quality programs as well. So they're taking on more projects, and they're looking at more things also that, you know, to improve the environment and the drinking water source.
So you need what, head nods or something that you want to break even with the
I mean, it's
additional
coming,
costs from Mecklenburg County?
it's coming your way. What you saw is something we're gonna propose. I assume there's some type of paperwork, I'm looking at Emily over here and Kevin, that we would, you know, if head nod is coming your way, you'll have to vote on it at some point in time. But if it's all of you saying, heck no, we're not doing that, just realize we're gonna be, county's passing more costs on our way. We wanna at least try to recoup that. I assume there's some type of agreement or paperwork, fee schedule we gotta amend.
Yeah, with the county, we would need to amend.
That we have to do that. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but, if it's absolutely not, that would be very helpful. And if it's,
And sooner the better too, because there may be a deadline for the county so that they can change their system to collect before, you know, they can be getting those wheels in motion before July 1st. What we would do, I'll say this, if you don't want to increase, I would still propose that we go to the 4-tier system at the 7.3 cents per square foot. You know, make it a uniform per square foot cost, and go to a 4-tier system. Even if we do a revenue neutral, I would recommend that we make that change. That would better set us up for an increase in the future.
I'll just speak for myself. Obviously, I'm fine with going to the small increase and get everybody. So yes for the increase and yes to get everybody paying equitably the same rate.
Okay.
Four-tier rate.
I think if we don't address it now, it's gonna be a bigger increase later. So whether or not we just do a small increase now, I mean, I think we need to look into it.
Because like, for example, because there's a lot of numbers, so what Kevin's saying is, if you look at Huntersville, at the very bottom where, for example, in Tier 1, it said 77 cents plus $1.42 plus 95 cents is your $3.14. We're talking about increasing the $1.42 to $1.52. That's every single month. So that's what we're talking about. And the same thing, you can see where what Kevin's saying is in Tier 2, 3, and 4. See how that 212 is all the same number? He wants those to be based on the square footage, and those numbers would change. Now, if you want to keep it revenue neutral, then it's based on 7.3 hundredths of a cent per square foot. If you want it to be equitable, I guess you would do it this way.
That's right, to the 9 cent.
You would, yeah.
1/100ths of a
So
cent.
you would take 212 plus 9 cents, and 212 plus $1.19, and 212 plus $4, and that is per month. So that's kind of 500 numbers on this page, but that's really what we're talking about.
So on that previous slide, to generate $250,000 in revenue a year, everybody in Tier 1 would be paying ballpark 10 cents additional a month.
$1.20.
And everybody in Tier 2 would be paying ballpark 9 cents additional a month.
Right. And that just tells you how it was not equitable with a Tier 2 house versus a Tier 4 house, because theirs is going up so much more than the Tier 2.
That's right.
So that's what that is.
All right, any other head nods or comments or?
I think we just need to, we probably should have addressed it a few years ago. And now it shows to me that we need to just move forward and take care of it, because it's not going to get any cheaper. And we all know that we have seen infrastructure failing in various places around town, and we need to know that the funds are going to be there for us to address them. So, while I don't necessarily like it, we need to take the bull by the horns and move forward.
And just to circle back to the other phase, you heard Stephen Cavan and Michael and the chief talk about needs. That's both chiefs. And so the vehicle fee, Huntersville, I think very wisely and very transparently has always dedicated that vehicle fee to a separate special revenue fund and dedicated it to either directly transportation, street, or street debt, or sidewalk projects. The state limits us to no more than $30 per vehicle fee. You can change that fee. If you want to give us direction on that, that'd be super. The solid waste fee, covering more cost associated with solid waste in the general fund would free up general fund dollars for other projects. So if you want to give direction on that, super. If you're, I want to see how the whole thing ties together, I get it. But as we look at the number of asks among the departments, we're starting to look at where's a possible area for us to generate some additional revenue to pay for them.
A revenue source, because really, like you said, Jackie, the vehicle fee is in transportation. That fee is in general fund. So this is the only fee that we're increasing that would offset any ask by other departments. If you think, and then
The vehicle fee you're talking
no,
about?
the
Okay,
solid
solid,
waste
okay.
fee. That's the waste disposal, right? Waste connections. That's the garbage fee. So that's the only fee that could help with general fund increases.
Right, so the cost of dumping has gone up, correct?
That's
I don't.
correct.
I know you showed the number. I don't know what it was last year, but I believe I read recently that.
Yeah, it's going up by a few percent.
Per ton.
I think this year proposing, we don't have a really good handle on that yet, but we have preliminary words from our solid waste collector that it will go up probably 2 to 3% per household per month.
Right.
So that cost will increase a little bit. I ran a preliminary number based on that, because these numbers Patty and I put together, again, were last fiscal year. I think probably the break-even number is a little closer to $200 per year for a fee if we wanted to fully fund that system. And another thing built into the contract that we have been fortunate this year, the fuel surcharge hasn't really impacted us that much because of an increase in fuel, but as you know, the fuel prices are steadily increasing as we speak. So we may be looking, the contract has a built-in where they can increase for a fuel surcharge as well. So like I say, I think moving forward, the break-even number is a little closer to $200+ per resident.
So as earlier we talked about, the county's gonna pass on, the stormwater fees to us. Tipping fees, as you said, Mayor, what you're getting at is tipping fees are going up too, which is passed on to us. And not tipping as in a restaurant, tipping as in
Yeah, dumping your
dumping
waste.
fees.
So, later on in your presentation, are we gonna see a proposal for solid waste fee? Or you want us to come up with some number today, or?
Well, yeah, we've kind of presented all the
I mean, I
information.
think it's reasonable to assume that if the cost is passed on to the town, then I would think the board would like to at least pass that cost on as well. Then the question is, do you want to pass on additional to supplement other things that are going on within the town? That's your question.
Well, I don't think it's so much to supplement other things that are going on in the town. We provide trash service only for homes, not apartments or commercial. So using the number of $200 every year, we take from the general revenue fund, whatever the difference is, to supplement trash service only for homes here in Huntersville. Additionally, every single month, if you use 50 as the number, there's an additional burden of 50 additional homes every single month. And the fees aren't going down. So, I mean, I think we should probably look, I said, you could pick 3 years as a number to say over 3 years, let's move this up so that we're covering the cost for the solid waste fee for homes and not pulling it out of general revenue funds and going farther backwards every consecutive month.
Commissioner Boone?
I guess my question is to Patty. Patty, what do you say to somebody that has a small home, retired, fixed income, and we're going up on their trash bill and their water bill? Just doesn't seem right now to me.
Well, the offset to that is we can't hire police officers.
Touche.
I mean, it has to come from,
I'll be Patty.
You
I'm
can
not
be
as
Patty.
pretty as she is, but I'll be
you can be
Patty.
me on that one. I'll give that to you.
So water, obviously, we would say that's a Charlotte water function. But as far as, these other fees, what was the other fee you just mentioned? I'm sorry. Stormwater fee is, ultimately, the first thing would be we're getting more costs passed on to us. If we did nothing, the county's passing more cost on to townwide, and we're trying to address that. Obviously, probably not going to be the answer they want to hear because, as you said, they're on a fixed income, and any increase is going to be tough. Any increase.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be the bad guy. You guys are not gonna like what I have to say. But last year, I said something about going up $1 to $5 with trash. This board shut it down. You guys said we didn't need to do it. Now here we are, saying, oh, we can go up to like $200. On top of that, we've got vehicles going up $5. We got stormwater going up, which you gotta pay the king ransom. The county is the county, I get that. But then you throw in that Electricities is also gonna go up on rates on people, so that's a population of our town who's getting potentially 4 rate increases, and I don't think that's mindful, especially after the year we just went through with COVID. There are people, like, I'm not gonna put their business out there, but there are people in this community who had to get small business loans just to survive, and they have to pay them back, and then we're gonna sit here and throw these fees at them, and $200 may not seem like a lot of money for y'all, but I know families that live off $200 a month for groceries, and that's living luxuriously for them. And we have to keep in mind our food pantries are up with 50% increase that has not stopped. So hitting people with 3 to 4 fees in one go is actually gonna hurt some people in this community drastically. And I really want us to be mindful of that, because people have already had a very tough year financially, and you can't just throw big numbers at them. So we need to be super duper mindful in how we do this, because rate increases are pretty much tax increases that's just called something different. So I just want to be careful of that, because there are people in this community who are struggling very hard, and we can't hurt them because we want to build a new town hall, and we want to keep those finances in place, and we want to have nice fancy things, and I just want to be really, really careful. Like, 4 rate increases in one go for a family could be a lot.
So just as a point of clarification, I don't think this is for buying fancy things. As I suggested, maybe we do the solid waste fee to get up to revenue neutral over like a 3-year period. So let's say that's $30 this year, so that's $2 a month type of thing. So it's not we're not asking for somebody to give me $200. I'm saying, hey, in order to offset the cost for us picking up your trash, which goes up every year, this year it'll be a $2 increase.
I say we could do a percentage increase, like, 5% here, maybe 10%. So we got to see how the economy is going to go. Maybe, the next year we're in, what's COVID? We don't remember it. I just want to be careful with how we do things.
What is it? I'm just kidding. So anyway, we're talking about $2, maybe $2.50 on the solid waste fee again, because the only other choice is to continue taking more and more out of general revenue and continue to subsidize that activity.
But I mean, there is some humor in it to me that last year I got like 0 trash complaints, and I feel like that's all I get now, and then we're like, surprise, y'all, here's some rate increases.
Well, I have to admit, I don't remember that from last year, but a couple years ago, I got the board to go up $1.
I did last year, I said
Okay.
$1 to $5.
Okay. So we're now on the same page this year.
I don't know.
Well, I would tell you that I would not support additional vehicle tax. If anything, I wanted to get rid of that a long time ago. But I think there's some tweaking that could be proposed, and nothing as drastic as $200, in my opinion.
Well, it's
It's
not
not a month, that'll
$200.
be
They're
for a
already paying
year.
$84.
I know.
We're saying over a 3-year period, add a couple bucks a month
I
per
mean,
year.
Davidson, they're probably close to that right now too, but they had to do that to pay for their cable.
So let me just jump in my hearing. Maybe I heard stormwater, so we'll clean that up and get it ready. On the solid waste fee, am I hearing some tweaking there? I heard you want us to come back with some tweaking on that to bring back to you. Not all at one time, maybe some percentage, maybe some period, because we need to do a little homework on that to maybe come back with some options. But is that something you want to see? I mean, it's going to go up. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that. It's going to continue to go up. Some fees are going to go up. Just the tipping fees alone are going to go up. Gas may go up. Just depends on what the market does, and that's a pass-through cost. So.
I would say we need to formulate a plan to slowly get there. No different than electric, no different than stormwater. Let's just formulate a plan and how to get there. Because I have watched solid waste skyrocket over the last 9 years, and it continues to go up. And there's a breaking point, I think, for us, and I think we're probably about here as a community. We can't continue to subsidize only a small portion of the population.
Any other feedback on that? Sounds like I'll come back with some options. Don't know exactly what those options would be yet, but I'll take the various feedback and try to come up with a couple scenarios to bring back for the board to consider to say yes, no, or whatever. Is that okay?
If you could look at a 3-year plan, possibly a 4-year and a 5-year payout also.
Okay.
The longer we can spread this out, it might be a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I think that's all we had. On the fee side, I know a lot of those sort of questions were asked during the, that would have been on the end of the agenda, but we're just trying to address them as we go along.
Can I ask one more additional question regarding the vehicle fee? I know one of the problems we're gonna have in the future is, you know, Powell bill funding's not going up. We're getting more roads, we're getting more sidewalks. We're having to do a lot more with a lot less. I know it goes into special revenue fund, I think is what you said, Jackie. Can we designate funds like that just for certain projects? Can we say, let's say we go up $2 for a vehicle. Can we allocate that directly to sidewalks or to a certain thing within transportation?
Sure we can.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanna make sure.
It's for transportation now, so if you said, you know, you wanted, this board wanted to earmark every dollar for, I say, you say, we want to go up $5, and whatever that number was is $224,000, and let's say it generates $250, whatever. You could say, Anthony, Jackie, we want to allocate that additional $5 specifically towards X, whatever it is. If it's 224, 250, 300, whatever it generates, we want you to spend that on X, set it aside for that reason, and then, you know, we would be able to show you that.
Can absolutely elect to do that. The state has authorized a vehicle fee of up to $30. When it took away municipalities' authority to levy a business license tax, so it is exclusively your option to dedicate how to spend that additional $2. You're not required to do that.
Yeah, I'd have to say I agree with Commissioner Hines on this because I forget what the number I saw yesterday from Kevin, but you know, in our current rate of Powell bill funds, you know, we're gonna have to stretch roads 41 years, and that's not gonna happen. So now's the time to start addressing the shortfall in you know, fixing up our roads.
Could that money be allocated to fix the ADA sidewalk situation as well?
So you could allocate it for what you choose to allocate it for.
Yeah. You choose to here use it, as Jackie said, transportation purposes. I know other places, they don't choose to use it for that purpose. So I guess the answer is yes, you can.
So if we said, take that extra $5, let's just make that assumption, $5, and earmark it toward repair and additional sidewalks. We could do that, and that would include the ramps for ADA, that could include additional connections on sidewalks, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
And when we get into CIP and you see, obviously, what we're doing on sidewalks and things like that, where we've had no money sort of earmarked year to year. We fix things, Kevin's right, we've been fixing things left and right, but start earmarking, making some real connections, et cetera. It's gonna be painful. So this is a potential revenue source to help offset some of that. I don't know if Patty's gonna go to are we doing the 5-year CIP and all now? I'm sure I'll get up there and let Patty. Yeah. All right, can you, well, you know what, Patty, don't worry about it. It just goes out to a future year anyway, right? So don't see if you can squeeze it on the board there. Okay, that's fine. Hold on, let me grab my sheet.
Like you make it seem like it was it.
If we need to make it bigger, it's fine, because in reality, the future, I don't want to spend a lot of time on, let's face it, 25, 26 in the future year. Because I'll bet my house and car that there will be projects that move up or move back. So if you want to make it a little bit bigger, Patty, okay, that's fine. And we'll have all this, like I say, we'll make sure we send all this to you. If we make it small enough, Larry, that they can get it in their computer, all this PowerPoints and all that, PDF it or whatever. But I'm gonna try to focus on the early years, because we'll, I hate to say it, waste a lot of time if we get too far out in the future years. All the stuff that you saw over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, on capital projects, where you saw MJ talking about, mostly MJ and Stephen and Kevin talking about, are in the CIP in some year. And we color-coded it for our purposes. We color-coded in this presentation. It may be bonds, it may be installment financing, it may be future referendum, those kind of things. So maybe Patty, if you'll at least help me without me looking, hold on, I may have it here. Actually, I do have it if I can read it. So yellow means we're paying for it in transportation capital reserve dollars. Green means general fund balance / tourism. Dark blue means 2020 bonds. Gray is a future referendum, and purple may be a future referendum. And then sort of that reddish pinkish color is a installment financing. And installment financing may be, typically you're going to have, it's like a house. You have some collateral. So you may see installment financing when we have collateral. But typically your roads are either going to be the transportation, or it's going to be maybe some fund balance. And it may be a future referendum, et cetera, bonds. Don't get too hung up on the colors. That's really how we're trying to figure out how best to finance it. And that'll change over the years. I don't know if a future board will vote or citizens will go for a future referendum. But I will tell you, out of all of this, and you see all these projects, we will be coming back. Somebody will, if I'm here, if the board lets me stay here. We will be coming back for a future referendum. We have to. You can't pay for all the, yeah, we got a great fund balance. But when you see these projects, that fund balance will go away like that. You got big projects. You take, most of these are not $100,000, $200,000 projects. So all these road type projects that we've got that you saw Stephen spitting out yesterday, we will have to do a future referendum. And what you'll see is, Jackie, we're probably coming back to the board for a future referendum. That will be what, November of, talk about it, but the actual will go on the ballot November of 2022.
Yes, sir.
So that's what we'll be looking at, November 2022, unless you literally stop these projects and say we're not going to do those. We're going to have to look at a funding source, and a future referendum, November 2022, would be something we would propose. Obviously, we're not. This board is not making that decision. That will be a future board, and that'll be citizens, ultimately making that final decision if the board decides to move in that direction. But I tell you that because it's coming. We don't have any other choice. So I can run through these projects sort of quickly. You've seen these projects, Stephen, and like I say, MJ and them went over these yesterday. And they're in those, if you recall, sort of seeing their presentation, they said, a lot of the here's the projects in FY22, here's stuff in FY23, et cetera. And then 24 and 25, 26. I wouldn't get too hung up past probably 22 and 23 because they're going to move. I can go through those real quick, but ultimately what we want to get down to is how are we paying for them and what do we pay for? And some of these projects we move forward may move sooner rather than later. You remember, I think in previous year, the Berry Park project. Once we got the, an agreement, wow, that project, I think that was 2 or 3 years out, that project became very attractive once we did that agreement. There could be, as I think MJ was talking about the other day, some synthetic infield turf fields for baseball at a hat. Well, if it's an attractive agreement, it makes sense. That project may move up, sooner rather than later. So those type, there will be opportunities like that where projects may slide forward and may slide back. But
Patty,
without,
Patty, will you display the total line of
Yes.
all the projects? So, $60 million fund balance, sounds like we got a good, healthy fund balance, let's just go spend some money. But remember, the $8.6 million of that is the portion that exceeds 45%. And if you spent every dime of the 45%, that's another 25 million, so that's all we got. And so, this is a list of projects that includes Main Street. Main Street was on the top of this list. Main Street is a big portion of that 20 million that it looks like we're gonna try to work on, fund, in FY '22. FY '22 has 20 million in projects in it. FY '23 has almost 40 million in projects. 24, 16. FY '25 is 15. FY '16 is 17.
and you
the
may
sum-
say, why is it so heavy in '23? Remember, we just talked about referendum. November of 2022 is FY '23. So that's why you see a heavy jump right there if we're trying to fund these projects at hopefully the lowest interest rate possible. That's why you see such a large number in FY '23, because we'd be looking to dump these projects that most of them you don't have collateral for into some type of funding mechanism. and
So
looking at
Patty,
it.
if you sum row 72 for FY '22 through '26, that to me is the 5 years, 5-year CIP. So if you sum 20 million through 17 million, that's how many? $109 million. And we said we've got a fund balance of 60 million if you spent every single dime you've got in savings, which you couldn't do. So I would recommend that you spend this time. If there's a project on here that 4 hands go up and say, I will never be in favor of that project, let's take it off the list so that's not something we worry about looking to find a funding source for. So if this, you must be tired of hearing me say, in Jackie's opinion, this is a buffet. Pick the things off the buffet that you want to do. You're probably not going to eat everything off the buffet. And I don't mean to lead you to believe that I think we can accomplish all these projects by funding them, because they take some time. Just because you fund it in a year doesn't necessarily mean you will accomplish it that year. But if there's a project that, you know what, we just need to not do that one. 4 hands go up, let's take it off the list so we're not looking for funds to do $109 million worth of projects if we only intend to do $50 million worth of projects. And to revise what Anthony said about the referendum, you can do a referendum absolutely anytime you ever want to do one. Why would you pay for a special election for one? So most people put it on when there's already going to be an election. It could be a primary, but you could do it anytime you wanted to. I would tell you, we issued 15 million in bonds, ended up with $18 million about literally a year ago, maybe today, wasn't it the 19th of February last year? We've only spent $1 million or $2 of that dollars. I would caution you about going back to the voters about an additional referendum before you've spent a little bit further into what you've already issued. So could you do it this year? Absolutely. If you've got a burning passion, you want to put it on a November ballot, go ahead, but that's the thought process behind that. So
Well, why don't we jump on the project? A lot of them you already probably can't move anyway because we're already spending money on them unless, we just stop. Yes?
So, I can't hardly see what it is, but I can, Gibson Road and all that.
Can we
So
move those a little
where
closer, Mike?
is the line, or how do I know which projects are already in the process? Is it the top?
Yeah, I'm gonna
20?
go right through it. I'll spend 1 second on it and tell you. And Patty can you highlight? So do this, Patty. How about highlight 11, row 11 through at least row 20. Is that row 20? Yeah. Maybe it's here 25. I guess it is. So those right now, Mayor. Just real quick. Main Street, Gilly Road West, Town Hall. We're moving to moving forward with that. Now funding would be out in 23. So there's time. You may, for whatever reason, you may decide to stop that project as we get further down. Stumptown Road, Vance Road, Ranson Road, Gibson Park Drive Phase 2, Beatties Ford Road. All of those we're spending funds on. and then we'll highlight some more. Fire Station 5 and 2, you heard about, Chief, and you heard sort of, we'll continue to look on that, but if it lands in our lap tomorrow, that one may come up ASAP. But you can see Station 2 replacement is sort of out there, where we're guessing where we think, we may need that, or if opportunity comes on that though, we may go ahead and buy the land. Some of this is actually, what you see here is funding the actual station itself. Some of it may be we're using county money for, so those may move. And then if you go down past that, storage and maintenance facility, you heard Chief, and you heard Michael talk about that. So that's a project, because if we sell Blythe, we're obviously losing some storage space there. Chief, et cetera, has got to have some more storage space. So that's what that's all about. Hat baseball field. We're anticipating an agreement with Little League coming forward. That's why that one's up there. The Siegel Street, 4th Street, actually that one's already funded. We're already spending money on that. Berry Park restroom addition and parking lot, that was a new project that MJ talked about yesterday. That's a new bathroom up towards the front entrance, and that's the additional parking up towards the front entrance. That's planning money. We got a plan design in FY22. It's like a road project, and then look to fund it in FY23. The big bulk of it. Beatty's Ford Road in McCoy, already spending money on that one. North Meck splash pad, we pushed that one out. When I say we pushed it out, that's where it is on his actual list. You remember him talking about various needs in the parks? That was where he had it on his list, 24, so really not a whole lot of need to probably talk about that. Beatty's Ford Road, Gilead Road, already spending money on that one. David Kinney Farm, we heard, we need to have a community meeting on that, is what I heard from the board. So we will have a community meeting on that, but we have that that's how we have it, at this point in time, funding for that. But out of that community meeting, that number, if it's a roundabout, I think you heard Stephen say that number's probably not enough. So that may change. HAP Amphitheater, that's a future year, or way out there. Don't worry about it, because it's out there so far. McCoy and Hambright, we're already spending money on that. You remember we're doing the, trying to figure out what we need at those intersections, and then if we ever figure out what we need, that sort of ties into the sidewalk there also, then we're looking in a future year to actually fund those improvements. Yes, sir?
So I think it would be easier from my perspective, and hoping maybe the board as well, if you tighten this graph up, the spreadsheet, to just all the projects that are in the queue at one level, and then you have all these wish list projects.
Okay. Color code, have one color for everything that we already,
Or just put them all
Fund.
together. It's just,
Just anything that's,
We
we've
can.
started in the queue, and then,
we'll
it's
do that, and the only
'cause
reason it's like this.
That's really what you're asking us now. We've already made these decisions, they're in a process, of course you can slow them down. But, is a bathroom project at Richard Barry, is that a priority? Or is some other road project, or parkland acquisition? You're
Why don't we do this,
I'm really
Mayor?
stretching my eyes here.
Why don't we let Patty work on that on the side, and maybe we can move on to, we can come back to this, we can hit some of the other top. She could ultimately go and, because this is all this, when it moves and shifts, has formulas and stuff tied to it, so she may have to create a PDF and then basically just say, here's the projects that we've already committed to, here's the things that, we need you to make some decisions on, are they okay in 22, 23, are you okay with that? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
I think that would be easier.
All right. I think we can do, you can do that, Patty, on that? Well, I know Jackie can. You send me. If you save it, just save what you got and then move it. And we can do that, and maybe we can hop, Mayor. I tell you what, before you do that, Patty, just go to the bottom real quick and let's talk desk. Go to the numbers of tax rate and that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's good as a forecast. And we can come back, man, pull out or add or whatever we need to. But on the 5-year financial forecast, obviously this is very tough to see here. I will get to blow it up, but get down to fund balance and basically tax rate. I mean, ultimately that's where I get to. If you throw all of this stuff in soup that we got in this bowl here, you know, in this 5-year CIP, what I'll tell you right now that staff is not, at this point in time, and we're gonna wait and see what other, you know, MJ may come back with 56 people that he needs, but, picking on him, but, you know, this may change, and it will change based on some feedback we hear from y'all today, you know, based on, if we do stormwater, that, you know, obviously we hadn't put in the additional stormwater fees and things like that. But we are not recommending at this point in time a tax rate increase on this spreadsheet. Now, future years is a whole different story. That's why we talk about referendums. Who knows, is the county gonna stick to, you know, their revow? Where's the revow in this one? I can't even see.
24.
24 is what they propose to revow, but you know in previous years, they've pushed that out before. So I don't know if they'll do a revow. State statutes may change it and push it out, who knows? So we make assumptions in these spreadsheets. We put in all of these, plug in all these projects. We make assumptions on personnel costs, you know, all those things, the revenues, are they gonna go up 2% a year, 3% a year, property tax, et cetera. All these assumptions are baked in this cake here, and this helps us do the modeling and come back to you. But what I can tell you, based on what we have right now, staff is not going to recommend a tax rate increase this year. Future years, that's a whole different story we got to look at. But referendum will be a very big key as we move out in future years. 60 million can't pay for 150 million, just can't. So there's got to be something to make that work.
In this spreadsheet, I think you find row 33 pretty interesting because that's total fund balance. So if you look at the FY20 column, Patty's showing you she's updated this spreadsheet for total fund balance at the June 30, 20 audited financial statements. We had 60 million. And so she's telling you at the end of FY21, she thinks the fund balance is going to go down ballpark $3 million. And if we fund everything Anthony showed you quickly in the CSP spreadsheet through whatever funding source we had in FY22, it would go down by the amount in row 31, which is $5.5 million, which would make total fund balance at the end of FY22 $51.5 million. Nobody's going to think fund balance is too low at $51.5 million. It would be fine. It would be okay there. FY23 is a robust year. You can see it dips into fund balance, $9.2 million. And let's be upfront, that assumes a 2-cent tax increase from 24 cents to 26 cents because it funds so much capital. And that list of capital funded was in the first spreadsheet Anthony was talking about. After 23, and okay, let's face it, that's 2 fiscal years from now, after we finish 21. So at this point, the farther you go out to the right in this spreadsheet in number of fiscal years, the more swayed it is by assumptions. The county has said that their intent is to do revaluations every 4 years now instead of every 8. And so will our property values increase 12% as we've illustrated here in row 47? Who knows? That's just a guess. But even if you do that, because of we showed you there's $109 million worth of capital funded through one source or another in that previous spreadsheet, even if you're generating more taxes, you're going to have to do something else than just issue debt service so that you continue throughout this spreadsheet. So that's why I say it's a buffet. Will capital projects occur at this speed? Probably not. They haven't yet. We can take whatever length of time you'd like to spend in this spreadsheet. You know I could stay here just a crazy length of time. There are a couple of things we probably ought to point out. I remember there was some hand-wringing because of the COVID impact on the economy when we adopted this budget, right? Today, the county updates us on property tax collections every single day in November, December, January, and February. We're at over 98% collected today. That is within 10 basis points of where we were at this point last year, and so that is pretty good. Patty, do you mind going up to the top of this spreadsheet? The other Sales tax and property taxes make up about 75% of where our general fund revenue comes from, so we ought to spend some time on them, right? We've got 6 months' worth of sales tax collections collected so far this year, because it's on a 2-month lag. We're in the 8th month of the year, we've got 6 months. When I compare July to December collections for our most recent previous year to the current year, so July through December of 19 would not have been impacted by COVID. When I compare July, December 19 and 20, technically we're at 2.38, call that 2%. We've collected 2% more in sales tax than we did then. We took our sales tax down 20% because we were concerned that sales would not be near as robust. So that row 12, when we adopted budget, that $6 million we've been receiving the last 2 years, we took our budget down to $4.8 million. Well, there, look, you can tell we're admitting now, hopefully the next 6 months will come in the way the last 6 have, and we won't see near as sharp a decline. I would say we haven't yet. So that has made a material difference if you compare this spreadsheet to the one that we saw last year. Now, as much as to me, we ought to spend some time on 75% of our revenues, right? And then the little things hopefully will take care of themselves. We are not gonna make budget in investment earnings. When the Fed dropped interest rates, we can't earn, there's just not an opportunity for us to earn much. So we're not gonna make budget. But that sales tax collection difference in budget will help make up for that. Our tourism taxes, prepared food and beverage tax, we're gonna make budget. We'll be okay on prepared food and beverage tax, largely because that's on a 1-year delay. Whatever's collected in the prior year, they distribute in the next year. We have not recovered in occupancy tax, and we have not recovered in vehicle rental tax. But it looks to me in February like we'll be pretty close to making our overall tourism tax budget. Things will move and shift. I want you to take from this, if you fund $109 million worth of those capital projects that we talked about, many of which we've already started on, there's funding sources just got to be identified. We've got to work on that.
So I know that's a lot to swallow, and we'll get Patty and Jackie to work on cleaning up so you can see what's pretty much already committed to versus what we can make some choices on today. And it, like I say, the gist today is, and we'll have many more opportunities for workshops to get into define details of the weeds here, but as you hear from Jackie, revenues seem to be fine. We're gonna propose a tax rate, stay the same this year. Future years, we gotta pay for the projects. That's the short version of all this. And referendum needs to be one of those sources in November of 2022. If you're going to fund these projects. If you don't want to fund them, then we just take them off or push them way out. Probably, go ahead, Mayor.
So I think we got a little of this yesterday, but I think it would be very helpful for the board. Sidewalk priorities based on, some of the things we talked about right away and so forth. You already started, banging out 2 of those. Park and Rec, what are your, most, I don't know what, if Michael's here.
He's behind the screen.
Oh, okay. What are your number 1, 2, and 3 projects? Like for me, and I don't play soccer, my kids don't play soccer out there, but I don't know if a bathroom is more important than a splash pad or something. And then I think we've done a great job for the next 2-3 years in terms of identifying any greenways, but greenways, the next 2-3 projects, and any road enhancement projects of these 10 or 20 that are probably on there that we haven't started on. I think that gives us a better sense of your priority, and then we align our priorities with your priorities.
And they should be in the actual fiscal year based on what you just said. They're based on what we think the highest priority is, and they're put in that fiscal year. For every one of those you said, if it's a road project, if it's a park project, if it's a greenway project, et cetera, is in there based on that priority.
Patty and I will sort, that's our good time. We've taken some good, hopefully educated guesses. Rows 46 and 47. Those are the county greenway projects for the agreements we just approved. Those are a particular color because we're just, based on the number of projects in here, we're looking for any funding source that makes sense. So if we approve a future referendum, but is the county gonna bill us up front? Is the county gonna bill us at the end of the project? So when do I need that money? Now, I know when I've committed to it and when I've committed to them that I would spend it. Additionally, if you do a referendum, if I do a reimbursement resolution, will I charge that to the referendum, freeing up other general fund dollars to spend on a different splash pad? So there's some decisions that need to be made. The row 39 and 40, I would say we're already spending money this year on those two projects, but the FY24 portion is the construction part, so we've absolutely committed the engineering and design money, but we've not committed any construction dollars, so it's not black and white as to whether or not they're a committed project. There's projects we're spending money on, but if you get the estimates back and instead of $1 million construction, that's $4 million, does that change your mind?
So we let us do a little homework based on that feedback. I hear what you're saying. It makes it, because it's hard to read, obviously, on these screens, et cetera. And we'll get that to you. I may try to work on it now if we can. If you want to, Mayor, if y'all want to jump to some of these goals and these other items, maybe we can do a little quick work and we can come back to this to fine tune this a little better. Is that okay with everybody? Because we're not adopting the budget today, obviously.
5, 10 minutes, just a stretch.
We need a 5-minute break.
Yeah. But
2:15.
Jackie may have this thing resolved in 5 minutes.
We're not gonna talk about the elephant in the room. Down all.
Oh, you mean just $13 million? Come on now. That's a steal.
All right, Larry, tell us when you're ready. All right, Mayor, if you're ready, we'll go to it.
Yep.
So, one of the things that you see before you and that, we wanted to come back and just give you an update on where we are on the FY '21 goals. Probably a lot of this was addressed through PowerPoint presentation, but, we have the goals up here and put a couple bullet points on it. Have staff here, departments here to, if we need to get more in the weeds on it. So I'm gonna just probably blow through this fairly quickly, but you stop me anytime because you've probably heard some of this. So downtown development, short and long-term vision goals. You heard Jack talk about yesterday that he's recommending we move forward with some type of downtown plan that's going to address, downtown mobility, how should Gilead Road look, what should, the zoning, et cetera, look like downtown. Jack, if I go astray, you come on up in, jump in and talk. But so you heard a lot about that. You're going to see a plan come before you to ask you to spend some dollars, move forward with a plan. So that's what I would say, how we're planning on addressing that goal. Break ground on Main Street, you heard Stephen talk about that. DOT, without me reading through all these bullets, we're in a position now that DOT has said, ready to move forward. He talked about anticipate breaking ground. When I say breaking ground, construction besides bearing utilities start June, July timeframe. Just stop me, like I say, I'm gonna try to go through these pretty quick. Continue to drive CIP projects to shovel-ready while providing a special focus on greenways and sidewalk. I probably don't need to say a whole lot about that. You look at the CIP, the spreadsheet we provide you every month from Stephen and Kevin in their department and also MJ and Tracy in their department. You see how those projects are moving along. Board advanced along 2 major greenway projects that I would tell you at least one of them probably wouldn't have seen the light of day. Probably would be dead because it was so far out on the list. So these, where we were partnered with Mecklenburg County to move those forward, that was a great move. And then also the South Prong Clark Greenway that you heard MJ talk about yesterday, and CRTPO dollars associated with that, and various other DA funding and multiple sidewalk projects that we got starting in the spring. I think you heard Kevin and Stephen talking about the two sidewalk projects, and you guys help me if I go astray, is the one by Outback, that little small connection on one side of the road there, because you got sidewalk, right there and just a little small gap, easy one to do. And then another one off of, I'm trying to remember now, was it McCoy? Stephen, where was that? Stephen, Kevin. Hey, Stephen, what was that sidewalk project, McCoy Road, and the little small piece we were looking at, number 2? I can't remember on the list exact.
8 and 13. That's all I remember.
8 and 13.
I'll go with it.
There were 2 sidewalk projects moving forward.
Yeah, that was North Cross Drive, between Bridgeford and, I guess, the Outback Steakhouse on the western side of the road. There's right-of-way there, so we've submitted an encroachment agreement with the state to do that. That's hopefully when we can get done and actually constructed this year. The other one was Stratton Farm Road, a real short section. It's a couple hundred feet between McCoy and I think it's Kelly Park Circle, is that first street. There's like a gap in sidewalk. There's sidewalk in the neighborhood on Stratton Farm, but there's nothing getting from there a couple hundred feet out to McCoy Road. So that's the two. That's the 2 where it looks like we have right of way. All the rest of them, we know we don't.
So we got more work to do on those, but the reason those are important is they're just a small gap. And if you take the one over on Stratton, that little small gap ties you into the sidewalk that literally would take you, all the way to the business park, and would take you all up to the elementary school if we get that little piece of sidewalk there that we're working on, the CDBG sidewalk. So those are ones that sort of stood out. They're making good connection points, and they're easy when I say there's no right-of-way required at this point in time. That's why those are the ones that have moved up on the list so quick. We've got more work to do on the other ones and bring back more information to you all on those. Move local projects, roads, greenways, sidewalks, parks forward while waiting on DOT to move state projects. Continue, same thing there. I would say look at our monthly updates sheets that we provide you. as we talked about the project, the Holbrook project, that was one, do we wait on 21? And the mayor and board said, no, let's move that project. The other one would be looking at that connection that takes from Holbrook out to Gilead, the Commerce Center Drive, I guess it is, a Commerce Drive extension that, right there by the post office. So do we, wait for DOT to finish, or do we go and move that one forward? That's one that we're trying to push forward on. It makes sense to move those projects along. No different than Gibson Park 1. We're working on that project now. So that's where I think the board told us last year, we want you moving those projects ahead. Let's don't wait on DOT. So those are just some examples. Minimize quasi-judicial. We heard yesterday clear direction from y'all on that. Can we take some of these small subdivision projects like we had the Brighton and get that out of the quasi-judicial process? Can we make sure we do some homework? Obviously, that's not up here because we talked about it, but I'm trying to remember from yesterday, can we educate more up front? Can we be involved in the community meetings, staff be involved in community meetings, make that a better process, make sure folks understand that process? Those are what I took from yesterday. I've got some more notes. Obviously, that's not on this sheet right here, but we'll clean this up. But that's what that's what we'll be doing moving forward. Development small area, study of NC 73, a study to assist the town in maximizing utilization of this corridor and how it will impact Huntsville as Huntsville grows. You saw in Jack's work plan yesterday that he talked about small area plans and looking at 73 to see, how do we address those. Complete the review of the 2030 community plan by the end of 2020. We adopted the 2040 plan in December 21st, 2020. Formulate a plan to implement 2030 Parks and Rec Master Plan. Obviously, we adopted the Parks and Rec Master Plan September 21st, 2020. And then the CIP probably speaks for itself. All of these greenway projects, all these park projects, MJ talked about what we're getting completed and what we're adding. We're pushing those things along. Start development, complete 50% of the town's greenway from I-77 to Gilead Road, Tasler Road. You saw MJ talk about phase 1. The clearing's already done on phase 1. Phase 2 permitting has been submitted, and hope to be getting those back so we can get cranking on that. You'll start to see what I'd say some more construction type on phase 1 in the spring, I think is what MJ said yesterday. Facilitate help, new town attorney, done. Jacob's here, I think. There he is. Started January 4th, so great add to staff, and Emily and Jacob are knocking it out of the park. Professional development for staff. I put bullet point here, ongoing virtual. You heard Laura talk about that and all the, the models and or modules and stuff she was talking about yesterday, how we're being able to allow for more development and professional development for the staff. Obviously, a lot of that right now is virtual. Not a whole lot of going to classes and stuff in person. But Laura is helping address that and talked about that in some of her slides in her presentation. Training onboarding for planning board. You heard that from Emily earlier today. Obviously, they're going to be, they're already attending the various boards and doing updates to the rules, procedures, et cetera. So you'll continue to see more training, and that'll probably, the training part of it will ramp up in the spring. Initiate new technology to drive more efficiency within the PD. Chief talked about hiring the crime analysts, will allow them to do some analysis on the data and help them in their jobs. And then you saw the camera technology being deployed. It started in January. I'm going to say, and this is a round number, we've probably got up 45 cameras. What's that, Larry? Is that a good number? Close to it? He said 44, so it's a good guess. So 40-some cameras already in place. That's weather dependent too. Probably wouldn't be a good time to be putting cameras up in the last 2 days in a bucket truck, but Larry's getting to it. Increase the HPD K-9 program to 5 to 6 dogs. Increase funding for K-9 unit. 2 dogs were purchased. Officers trained. They may be in the field this week. If not, next week. Chief maybe help me there. I bet Mr. Boone can probably tell me, but they're here. They're here being trained. Actually, the mayor had organization, I think it was Mr. Keffer, helped with paying for even the vets, right? I'm sorry. I know, wrong.
Toyota.
Toyota, I'm sorry. other car dealerships stepping up, helping us out. So that one is accomplished. Finalize the site for Station 5. You heard Chief Tertoli talk about, we know where, but it's not available. We know what we want to look for, but we just don't want to go jump by some piece of property out there that's just not the right location. So that may happen next month. That may happen next year. You heard him say that it's not a mandate right now that we must go jump on something ASAP. The call volume's not there yet, but if opportunity presents itself in the right location, we will definitely be coming back to the board for that. And we, as Jackie told you, had county funding to be able to help with that. Have the town meet SB 355 target dates. You heard Emily talk earlier, and Jack, and I know several of you on the various boards. We're moving that ahead, and you saw Jack present you a timeline on that. So we're going to meet those 160D deadlines. May be painful, but Emily and them are getting it done. Secure funding from Catsville bus stop enhancements. Obviously, CATS has set aside funding, but as far as the implementation plan, that's still in the works. So I still got homework to do on that one. You know, we threw out multiple options of, hey, give us the money, we'll take care of it. Obviously, they're dealing with multiple towns, different locations on these bus stops. Require right-of-way, sort of like a sidewalk. Requires right-of-way, may not require right-of-way. Right-of-way in Huntersville may cost a lot different than right-of-way in Charlotte. All those kind of things they're working through. So the mayor was definitely pushed to get the funding set aside. Now how do we implement that and get them to move forward with that? So we've got more work to do on that.
And just as a reminder, there's like 550,000 for all the county, and we're the only ones who submitted, as far as I know, these 3 bus stop enhancements. So remember this as we discuss the 1% sales tax, the carve out.
And like I said, we offered to take them on ourselves if, you know, they send the money, but I know they got to figure out how to do other towns, so more to probably come on that one. Hopefully we're not talking about this same thing next year. I hope not. Identify next area of growth for economic development, expansion, commerce station, new sites for business growth. I think you heard Ryan talk about that yesterday, that they're working with, obviously he didn't say location because that may drive up real estate costs, et cetera. But they are working, you know, in the right areas to come back and figure out water, sewer, infrastructure needs, et cetera, so that we have more opportunities for this type of growth. Townwide TIA process, obviously we heard Stephen talk about that. We've got to come back and I think what I heard from that is, you know, can we do some more research? Can we, I don't want to say impact fee, but can we do some research on that? Is there a way for we get reimbursed for some of that? So we got a little more work on that. I know we spent a lot of time on that yesterday, so I won't get too far in the weeds on that. Review the public hearing process. Jack talked about that. I think the goal there was to, if I recall, I got my notes, was to leave that alone the way it's working right now. If I recall, I got to remember, I got so many notes, I don't know if I remembered all that. There may be some tweaks and stuff we need to do, but the process, the way we have it, seems to be okay. Review minimum lot size and zoning district. This is part of the action plan and 2040 plan. Jack, isn't that correct? So that you'll see that in the action plan. Like we need to make sure you get that. There's certain bullet points that are short range, mid range, long range. But this will be addressed in that 2040 action plan. Initiate downtown development plan that includes new town hall. Part of the downtown plan that Jack talked about earlier. You know, mobility and, you know, how development should work, et cetera, and widening of streets. And obviously we've moved on, at least the RFQ is due back on the town hall piece on March 5th. And then from there, as far as the town hall piece of that downtown development, we would have to select a firm based on qualifications and then enter into negotiations, and any type of contract would come back before the board. And I think we were talking first or second meeting in May for that, just the town hall piece. But this is much bigger, and that's why Jack is, you know, looking at a downtown plan, because as we talked about yesterday, any new project anywhere near downtown, anywhere near that Gilead 115 road intersection, It's gonna require TIA, it's gonna require maybe a turn lane or this, that, and we'll be talking about it 15 million times. Every project, you'll be talking about it. So we gotta try to figure out what do we wanna do, and that's why we're trying to do this downtown plan. Discuss step program options. You heard Laura, Jackie, and myself talk about that today of what are some options, what are some of the other towns doing. It's sort of a mixed bag, you know, not a ton of towns in North Carolina doing it, but out of those 6 towns, you know, they're all doing it differently. And then you heard Chief sort of address what he's proposing at this point in time. Continue to study our options for charter school initiatives, continue conversation. That's, some of these may be also in our other items later, but on this, I know that Red Apple, for example, has came and met with various board members to talk about, this is months and months ago, talk about various options and what they can do. We haven't moved any closer on this as far as, you know, any charter school initiatives that I'm aware of, but we have had discussions of companies out there that do this in this state and other states. And so there may be more conversation. I know there's more conversation on this later. Looking at selling the Hugh Torrance store in Mecklenburg County. On this here, Abigail, I think we've all seen it in the paper. I think Mayor and some of you met with Abigail Jennings. She's forming the LLC to purchase. This may change, may not be LLC, I'm not sure, but forming an LLC to purchase Cedar Grove through long-range plans, and this could include a project that would, you know, maybe bring Hugh Torrance House and Store under that. Now that hadn't been figured out, but there's been some conversation on that. Mr. Boone may have more to comment on that. What I would say in the short term is, you know, there will continue to be an ask to try to keep that structure intact and, you know, continue to make it better. But a long-term play may be that it actually comes up under the LLC or something that at Cedar Grove to try to pull all that together into some project. If Mayor, anybody have anything to add, please just jump in. I'll just keep rolling. Work with the Landmark Commission to place a protected deed covenant on the jail building. This here is one of the things we need to discuss to find out. Emily and I have talked about that. You know, that can be done. And the thing we need to think about is, what is one of the questions on this, and maybe we'll just ask it now, is sort of what is the ultimate goal? Because let's say we put a deed, I think I know what the ultimate goal is, maybe protect it, make sure it doesn't get torn down. But if we put a deed restriction on that, and then ultimately a future board could remove that deed restriction. So we just want to maybe figure out maybe where we head with that, and then Emily and Jacob could jump on that, and we can make that happen. So just, we can discuss it now, or I can kind of add that to the
Commissioner
the
Boone,
list at the bottom.
is this yours?
It's, we had a developer in town who had a suggestion about moving the old jail to a different location. And speaking for the Old Huntersville Historic Society, we don't think that that's a good idea. So we're going to ask the Landmark Commission, Mecklenburg Landmark Commission, to go ahead and put a protected deed covenant on that, so it won't be moved.
Isn't that already designated historic?
But it doesn't have it in the deed.
Wouldn't they have to, wouldn't they have to get the Historic Landmarks Commission's permission to even move it? And then don't they have the complete authority to say no without a deed restriction?
I don't want to answer legally, because I don't know. I would ask Emily what the legal.
So one would be, you own the land, correct? We own the land?
We own the land.
So we own the land, so no one can do anything with it unless you allow them to. So if the developer comes in and wants to move that jail, the board would have to say yes, because you own the land that building sits on. So that's one. And then,
Yeah, that was one of the questions that we had, because you already own the land. There's not necessarily a need for a deed restriction right now unless you were trying to convey that property. And that was another thing that I wanted to clarify as to whether or not it had actually been designated as a historical landmark already.
It has.
Okay, yeah, so.
By Mecklenburg County.
Yeah, so it depends on the end goal as to whether or not you're actually trying to convey the property. But that's something that we can discuss further at some point.
Yeah, so we just want to get clarity on it because I think you own it. So right now you have maximum protection. Now, that's not to say a future board may say, we don't care about it, Joe. I don't know. And there's other designations, as I'm sure Mr. Boone would say. Yes?
Just a quick question. I mean, since we do own the land, essentially we're saying if we choose, the only way a developer would be able to get the property is by us selling it. And I realize we're trying to consider future boards, but if we put a deed covenant on it now, couldn't a future board revoke that deed covenant and then sell it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what are we gaining?
Maybe Emily can help me there. I think the key was to make sure it's protected, is what this was. And I think, me personally, I think right now, you're maximum protected, at least from the standpoint of you own it. Now, you could maybe look at National Register and things like that, that may throw some more restrictions on them, but at the end of the day, you still own the property.
Yeah, but even though we own the property, it's designated historic, so the town just can't sell it and agree to have it moved, because
You can.
my understanding is having a historic designation on it protects that structure, and it gives them another avenue to like say, no, we're not gonna allow you to move the building.
There's some hoops to jump through, but it's only for a certain amount of time. So if the board decided, you know what, we don't want that on there anymore, is the way I understand it, and the buildings I've dealt with before, you ultimately own that property, so you could remove that, and it will throw a protection on it for so long, and what you can and can't do, et cetera.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. I mean, is it possible for us to remove it? Possibly, but I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
You would have
But
to go
we need
through the
check.
commission's process. If it's been designated a landmark, in order to do anything with it, you would have to go through that process with them.
Yeah, they'd have to agree to it as well.
But if they're working for you, at the end of the day, it's a government-owned property. Maybe a little bit tougher for individual, but if government-owned property, they're working for you, yes, you gotta jump through those hoops, but if you're getting them to designate it for you from the get-go, you could probably get it removed because it's government-owned. But so we just want some guidance. We're good either way. Just some guidance on where you want us to go, and we'll get rocking and rolling on that.
Say let's go with the deed. I mean, the town spent so much time and money over the years investing into it, and, I mean, all of us can get gone, who knows? And that way, at least, we know from our end, we've done what we could, and then if it hits the fan later down, the town just spent so much time and money, so to not put that little extra layer of protection, even if it's just a pretty bow, was a waste.
The town has been paid back the majority of the money that was borrowed from the town by the Old Huntersville Historic Society.
I didn't hear what you said.
We didn't hear that, Dan.
I didn't
Sorry.
hear what you said.
No,
The majority of the money was paid back by donors to the Old Huntersville Historic Society for the repair.
And
My
we're-
only concern would be could be a false sense of security, because even if a protective deed restriction was placed on it, it still could be removed in the same process. So that would be my only concern. Just because that protective deed's on there doesn't mean that it cannot also be undone. So that'd be my only concern.
well, I guess, or if we don't do anything, at one time, there was a mayor in Huntersville and some board members who wanted to tear that building down. And then there were a few citizens said, no, let's see if we can't refurbish it. And we listened to the citizens. And I think we gotta protect that building as much as we can, whether it's just another piece of paper on top of it. And if they want to come and tear it down, let them go through the legal end of it. That's what I would
It
recommend.
can't be torn down right now because it's been designated a landmark.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's necessary.
would a deed help on that also? I mean, an extra layer, or?
We own it.
I mean, as far as right now, it would have to go through the commission, the landmark commission, because it's already been designated a landmark.
So the other question that I have is how much, if the board wanted to proceed with a protected deed covenant, how much would it cost to do that, go through that process? Since we already own it and we're not gonna I mean, we're gonna protect it.
I mean, changing the deed language is not necessarily that expensive. Re-recording the deed, I mean, that's not a substantial cost,
Okay.
but
Well, we just don't want to make work for you if it's something that we don't need to happen. If you think, I'm asking the town attorney and the town manager, if you think the building is protected the way it is right now, then let's don't add any more deed restrictions to it.
if it has been dedicated as a historic landmark, then yes, it is protected. We
What would you need from the Mecklenburg County Landmark Commission, a piece of paper or something on our files showing that?
We
Do we
would
ha-
want verification that it has actually been designated a landmark.
We do have the ordinance that has done that? Okay.
Okay.
We'll share that with Emily, and maybe she can look at that to make sure we're rock solid.
We can, and if there's anything additional that's necessary, we'll come back to the board with a recommendation.
That's great, thank you.
All right. Improve communications with citizens. I think you've heard from various folks, various things that, we've been doing there, from improving our website to, public hearing signage. I may let Nick speak on this one, because he can probably tell us better, because he's been helping us on the communication side. So quite a few things there. One of the things that, I think this is sort of a dual point here, but, maybe several commissioners even mentioned about even a PIO position in FY '22, or this budget cycle, so that's something we'll be looking at. But we're continuing to try to improve our communication. It's never enough. I mean, it's ongoing.
And on the PIO, we're talking about a single one for the town that would cover, not only you guys, but the police too, right?
I'm sure the chief would say he'd like to have his own, but that's something we'd have to, work through, because they're, a little more, I hate to say special.
Oh, they're special, all right.
I knew he
So-
couldn't be quiet.
So we have one town, one team, but not one town, one voice?
That's right.
Okay, I got it.
Chief special.
No, there's a reason behind it. We've tried that, by the way.
Okay.
The difficulty is when we've got cases, we've got hot calls working and we've got to get information out very quickly. It doesn't work to have a centralized PIO situation. Now, for some things like events and things, it works very good. But our PIO will also be working with officers to go out and do informational videos of traffic problems. They'll be on scene at crime scenes and different things like that. And we've tried that before with a centralized PIO, and it just doesn't work very well because ours is 24/7 and it's very specialized. So I will have to have some kind of PIO function, even if I can't call it a PIO. I can assure you that.
We're
So-
just trying to help you out.
Oh, I know you are. I know. Two would work very well together.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a comment. The upgrade to the website, thank you. I don't know who, Bobby or whoever, Larry,
I'm gonna say Bobby and
thank you.
Larry and whoever else.
This section on projects, man, that is so nice. You just click on the little red or dot or whatever, and you get the project, you click through. It makes life a lot easier. So
And
thank
actually,
you for those.
and some of that is Brian Richardson and his team, Francis, with the GIS mapping and all that stuff. So that part of it definitely is planning side, GIS side.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Ordinance for backyard breeders, puppy mills. The first part of these slides were all about the FY '21 goals. These last couple slides were all about bring back more information. So you saw some of that bring back more information, and we've been working on those. Some of them, obviously, we've already solved. On this one, the ordinance is ready. I think we had Emily and I think Commissioner Bales and Commissioner Phillips sort of looking through this. This is one we bring back more information. We have an ordinance ready to bring back to the board whenever you're ready. If it's March 1st, if it's later on, it's from a staff level and at least from the feedback from these commissioners, it is ready to bring to you if you're ready for it. So that's what I'd say.
Well, let's put
Our
it on-
part is done as far as staff getting ready.
Let's put it on the March 1st agenda.
March 1st.
Yay.
I'll put it on the March 1st agenda.
Don't yay yet. You haven't voted on it.
This is a good step. Government's moving, what, at a year pace? We're doing something.
So operational item, just real quick, prioritize grant writing funding. I think it's obvious we do that. Anytime we can get a grant, we're gonna try to get a grant. With Parks and Rec, through FEMA to whatever we can get a grant, we're gonna go after a grant. Several bullet points up here. Fund balance, contribute to fund balance. Hopefully we'll be able to contribute to fund balance this year. We've been contributing to fund balance. Jackie went over the numbers where we currently are in this current state where we're in, and now it's February, and March, heading into March. How we look depends on how fast some of these projects spin down. So, of how much we contribute to fund balance. Jackie may tell you not going to contribute any. We'll see. Who knows? Manage COVID-19 impacts on town finances, including enterprise, electric, and HFFA funds. We'll continue to have monthly meetings on this. I think you heard from Zach and Brian yesterday. They're doing a heck of a job at HFFA with all the stuff we got going on. We continue to look at this, obviously, and we got to flex and move and change in both of these departments and townwide. If someone's working from home, we need their contact information. We provide that to you. I think Catherine does that on a update, so that if folks if you need to reach out to them, you have access to be able to reach them, and also the staff, et cetera, for them to have that updated information. Because we've had a lot of turnover, it continues. Update the board on a quarter basis on OEM. Obviously, on that, Dr. Brennan presented in October 2020, and you got the results from that. But those OEM funds have been spent, and we really don't have any more update on that, except for that's one of the items on our legislative goals list that we need to make sure that they fund registry and continue to do research, et cetera. That's what I'd say about that one. And we have some other updates on other topics that addresses some of that too. That may be some repeat of this. I know I went through that very fast, but a lot of that was repeat of what you'd heard from staff earlier. So hopefully I didn't blow over it too fast for you, but I didn't want you to hear it 4 times over.
All right, let's go to the other topics.
So maybe we'll hit other topics, and then Patty has sorted some stuff, so we could either look at that or knock out some of these other topics, and you decide.
Are you ready, Patty? Yeah, okay. All right, well.
But is it ready to pull up?
We're adaptable.
I tell you what, she's got to load the document and all that.
I
So
mean,
we
a
can,
lot of these have already been, the other topics have been.
so you want me to roll through them or what?
No, let's go.
I was going to knock a few of them out while we're waiting.
Well, I thought she was queued up.
Or a potty break, whatever you say.
Where's the tree canopy?
That's a
Where are we
that's a
on the tree
jack.
canopy? That was a question.
Yep. We got a couple, like 4 that Jack's here that probably can address. GR zoning, where we're on the tree canopy, and modify the language. And we'll pull it up in a minute, but so you can see the various bullet points.
It's okay, I didn't want it.
Either one?
Here, you can have this one.
Appreciate that. Only slightly used.
So you got this one?
Speak fast, I'm about to get antsy.
So being I didn't put it together, I probably ought to sit down and let Jackie and Patty do it. So I'll be like guessing.
Don't go far. Everybody agrees Main Street is in some level of committed to. So pretty much everything yellow here, Jackie, Patty, and Stephen agree is in some form of committed to. Main Street, Gilead Road West, Stumptown Road. Now, Stumptown Road is already where I start my disclaimers. We funded some of Stumptown Road. We don't know what eventual construction costs will be, so that at least the 5.5 is going to be a future referendum. But that is, we are spending money on Stumptown Road right now, so that is in some form of committed. Vance Road, Lance Road, Ransom Road widening, Gibson Park Drive, everything here in yellow, we have started spending money on. I'd stop again at what's now 32 and 33. We're funding, we have existing contracts on those that out in future construction, we've committed the engineering and design, we've not committed construction, and I doubt that 750, the 450 and the 300 will even cover right away. Cover some, but not all of it.
So those two projects that'll cover partial right of way, if you recall in Stevens slide, but we've got to sort of tie that in with the sidewalk project to figure out what we need to do. So that's why the actual funding on those are out in FY '24. But they're a certain color, so they may actually move into a future referendum. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to being in FY '24. That may be a future tied into a future referendum to actually fund those projects.
I keep turning around and looking for, I don't want the mic by myself, so Arahova is absolutely committed, although we've spent very little money on it to date. Farrelltown Parkway, there's an existing contract on that right now, so we don't have all the money for it, but some portion of that is committed. You just committed 1.8 with the county on the Greenway, so that's committed.
I thought, sorry, Farrelltown, I was thinking a couple years ago, we were talking about like $1 million contribution. And I'm seeing like
That is, no.
0.5.
On this here, there's no contribution from the developers except for the right-of-way, for the piece of road that goes down through the middle of the subdivision.
So a reminder, they were not required to put that section in, is that why?
Yeah, that was a town
Okay.
board decision.
But I've been here now long enough that I've seen numbers almost triple.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Farrelltown is a project we've started on that. That includes turning lanes out on Rama, et cetera, and not just the road through the middle.
Can
And
I
then,
just jump in? I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts.
Yep.
Something that the mayor said about triple. If you remember a couple of years ago, I think staff made a commitment to us that they were going to bring back to us
More realistic.
more realistic numbers, right? I just want to make sure that those that are here, our new commissioners and those watching, understand what you meant by that. But
and
because-
spreading it out instead of saying, oh, it costs $5 million and we're gonna do it in FY '21,
Yeah.
when it doesn't happen until FY '26.
right.
You may start doing some engineering, and as you can see, we've talked, some of these projects we've talked about since you hired me. And we've talked about them next year too, because of how long it takes. That Stumptown project, I know we've been talking about that one for a long time,
15 years.
and maybe talking about it 3, 4, 5 years from now.
And
because of all
it
this.
bears mentioning the first project, list on the project, Main Street, it is in some form of committed, but we've not opened general contractor bids, and so we're committed, whatever that price is. I mean, we may be committed at a different number. I'm gonna keep booking, Anthony. Town Hall, that one is probably the least committed that we defined as committed. We've committed to opening bids. We have not committed to $14 million. We've committed to opening a bid.
Only thing we're committed to there is getting it to you, the design part of it, that initial phase to come back with a contract. That's what we've only committed to. So you haven't committed to any dollars yet to that. And then why it says 14 million, that's a placeholder, and we'd be looking at installment financing, but that, you can see that's out in a future year. So if we don't get past step one, we never get to that.
Road 38 is the second Greenway commitment we have with the county, and I am absolutely happy to go through the rest of them. The Park, Greenway, Road 39, some of these are out in a future year, but we've committed to them. So we go over those in as intimate, the cost sharing agreements with DOT, what year is that gonna be? And is that the right number? But we've committed. Mast arms,
There are agreements in place on those. The thing is, we don't know, they're gonna charge us up the front, at the end, keep sliding, is it FY '25, '26, so this is where we think they are, if they get started, but there are commitments that, the board has made on those, in purple there at least.
Patty, help us go on down a little bit further. So the 70, that is the end of what we would say is committed. Fire Station 5, I believe you intend to do it, as Fire Station 2, I think that'll happen. And then we start on some of the, I'm gonna call it newer projects.
So is this where we need more board decisions here? So 5 and 2, I would just say, I mean, I think the board, the general, what I kind of have seen is, yeah, we need to look at buying land at some point in time for those, but I would assume not force the issue if it's not the right piece at the right time. I would make that assumption, but if I'm wrong, please tell me on those. And I'm sure the chief would be knocking down the door if he found the piece and, tomorrow, and we'd find a funding source for it.
If we're gonna talk about that one, I would, for me, Fire Station 2 replacement, since we know a development's going to happen, I mean, we just approved the sketch plan for it, we may want to start looking now for that space and get it in place as that development's happening. I would rather see us put the station in while houses are being built, rather than waiting for those houses to be built, and then us coming in with okay, now we want to put a fire station next door, and we know what that looked like when we built Fire Station 4. There was a lot of community, concern around sirens and this, that, and the other, and what that was going to look like. I think that if the houses are going in while the station's being talked about and implemented, you're gonna have less, they're gonna understand they're buying a house near a fire station, for all practical purposes.
Does current Station 2 fall into that small area plan? In other words, once we move Station 2, that area that we own, I assume that we own the property where Station 2 currently is, would that be in the small area plan for that area?
The activity zone?
So the
Zone,
new,
I'm sorry.
say that again, Brian?
The activity zone that's there, Beatty's Ford and 73 is Station 2. Would that fall within that?
That node,
I think it's outside of that node, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm just curious what
They're
could
looking
become
at
of
it,
that property thereafter.
well, they're looking at it from a standpoint of, here's a dot, and how can I serve all the way around that dot, the best location to serve, I'm talking about from the fire department. As Station 2 is so close to Beatty's Ford, which is the outer limits of town, sort of like Eastville.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
but the other piece to that is I'm not sure that we own it. I think
Yeah, we don't want to say.
the fire department owns that property, not the town.
Yeah.
So it's not ours.
That's right. We've done as much upgrades to that station that you can probably do as more interior. It's literally boxed in by power lines crossing all over the place, so there's not a whole lot you can do to that station, it's so old. That's why the long-term play is to relocate that location in a better location for one, but also it really can't do a whole lot of expansion on that building.
No, I mean, that's across the street from where I live, and it's done. I mean, I don't think they've done upgrades since I was probably in elementary school, I'm not kidding. And to, like, the traffic situation they have there, the best thing is for them to move to 73 so that they're more central to who they serve as well, because where they're at now is so dangerous in the afternoons if there's an accident, for them to go either way. I mean,
So I would say if we're looking at 5 or 2, for me, I would do 2 first. I mean, Chief already said this morning that there's not water out there yet for 5, that, there's not necessarily enough call volume out there for 5. So if I'm sitting here making a budget decision, I would say let's go after 2.
And from a land standpoint, we're looking at both of them, like today. We've been looking at both of them. I can help solve the water issue on 5, but we gotta pick the right location. And 2, there's been a lot of conversation on 2. What you see up here, Jackie, you might have to help me if I know, probably the 650 is just a guesstimate on land, on
Yes, sir.
Station 5.
And based on what we
Construction.
spent on number 4, you will never get a Station 5 for
This is
3,
county
150.
dollars.
That's assuming net of county.
Right, so
contribution.
that's now you'll find 2.5 is what we think we may have to, haven't designed anything, so we're using the station we built recently as a general number to say our portion of that, because there's county dollars out there would help pay for it. In Station 2, which is from a standpoint of building, because we have a station further out, we'll use that sort of general number, and that's already in town, so that's not in ETJ. There's no county dollars associated, and that will probably be, I don't know how big that station will be either, but we, made some assumptions in FY25. But from a land standpoint, that piece we could probably suck up in the land standpoint. We would look at if something comes available tomorrow, we'd be back here.
So I just want to make sure, Commissioner Bales, you're suggesting we move up construction from 25 on Station 2? For 2025, I mean?
If the land's available, the water's already there, and if the infrastructure's being put in with this new development coming online, why wouldn't we want to consider teeing it all up together?
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that.
And I would make one recommendation that since the town of Huntersville does not currently own Station 2, if we build them a new Station 2, that there's some type of trade to where possibly we can. Because what's the Huntersville, I think it's owned by Huntersville Fire Department, what are they gonna do with the building?
Good
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, I would think that they would want to
Yeah, we'll
contribute.
we'd have to do a little more research on that and all. But yes, we can have that discussion.
Commissioner Hines, how many, 6 acres out of Cook property, how much do you think that would run?
Just hold on one second. There's one piece right now that is 11 acres that the Cooks own. So there's opportunities out there.
Well, I'm just saying, let's not move the whole 4 million over to 22, 23. Let's just get the price of the property and then move the construction out.
One thing I'd like to add to this, I think it's a great idea, but one thing, and I mentioned it earlier when Stephen was talking, we don't currently have on the CIP Burkdale Commons Parkway, which would tie up to this new roundabout that's going to be built with this new subdivision. So if we actually make this leap and make a push for relocate Station 2, I think we need to accelerate that project as well, the Burkdale Commons, and then also over Hager, because I think the goal of the fire department for Station 2 have the accessibility to get to Burkdale, get down to Gilead Road. Because if you can't get down to Gilead Road from Oliver Hager, which they cover part of, it's going to take them longer to respond. So I think this is one piece to a lot bigger puzzle to be able to relocate them over there at this point.
That's a great point.
So I think I heard, look at adding those in the CIP. It may not be FY22. Obviously, that subdivision just sort of came around. So that's going to obviously change some of my priorities because that just got approved. So we'll get Stephen and team working on, trying to put those pieces together and put them in the puzzle. And then I think I heard look at maybe land acquisition sooner than definitely FY25.
And Brian,
which
you
will-
said it was 11 acres?
Yes.
So maybe, yesterday MJ talked about the parks and fire buddying up, so maybe that could be some kind of double.
Well, there's a county park further back in there,
Yeah.
So those are things we got to look at. I think what I heard is, let's look at land acquisition sooner than FY25, somewhere closer up to FY22 in that area, which we are looking at anyway, but put a placeholder in here, I guess, for land, and add some projects, those road projects you talked about, Brian, in this CIP, because they're not in the CIP. Is that fair?
Mon, does that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I got it. Hopefully somebody's taking
Remember,
notes
there's
for
no
me.
land for sale right now.
No. All right, Bobby's got notes, and Stephen probably heard that too, so, I'll keep rolling in. We got some direction on that. Storage and maintenance facility, that's, down at, Siegel, and that's becoming more of a need, especially if we're gonna, dispose of, Bob Blythe and potentially tear down Foster's behind us at some point in time. There's storage of Parks and Rec stuff and police stuff, and police obviously needs more storage. So that's getting at some of that.
Yeah, Parks and Rec is going to have a critical shortage of space if it wants they have to abandon.
Now, I don't know
the
if
Blythe
this number,
building.
what I need to check on is this number includes, police and, where's Kevin at? And Parks and Rec? Huh? This is just Parks and Rec number, okay. Police is probably looking at using some, asset forfeiture? Some. So maintenance facilities at Siegel for both departments we're trying to address. Got obviously more homework to do on that, but I mean, we need it. Unless the board tells me otherwise, we'll keep moving down that direction. Okay. HAP baseball field lighting upgrade. Am I on the right line? Yes. MJ, I think, gave a presentation on it. Those lights are 20 plus years old. 25 years old? 25 years old next year. That's why that one is a priority. Berry Park restroom addition and parking lot. I tried to tell Stacy last year she could walk, to the bushes or down to the other bathroom, and we put it off last year, but, I think MJ and them have convinced me, and Jackie, I think, beat me up
Yes,
on this one.
I did.
This is design dollars, and we have, now that I'm gonna give my excuse if we push it off is waiting until the synthetic turf fields are done. They're done, and they're gonna get, I won't say 10 times use, but they're gonna get a lot more use out there in bigger tournaments, et cetera. So it's probably time to start, this is designing in 22, and like everything, you gotta design it and all, and then move forward with building it. So that's, maybe Brian can get us a lower price on restrooms because they're still high. So that's what this is all about.
I always just question why you need 2 restrooms out there.
You don't have a kid that needs to use the bathroom, do you?
I spent a lot of time out there, and you can walk.
We've heard, so at the store, I've heard from my customers and people who stop in who are not even from here, when the tournaments are going on, trying to get from one end to the other is exceptionally hard, especially for people who have disabilities, people who have little kids, and especially seniors and people who have medical problems. And it's a running theme I've heard. And as somebody who is watching a 2-year-old transition out of diapers, I now really appreciate us having better bathroom facilities, especially where there's a large congregation of children. And as we do more and more outdoor stuff with COVID, I think that's something that's just gonna be the standard. Having more space in bathrooms is just hygienic as well.
Well, and at the end of the day, this would be funded with tourism dollars, and those fields are generating so much for us. It just makes sense. I agree with you, Commissioner Phillips. That hill to get from the restrooms that are down on the end of all the way to the top, in addition to all the people that will gather there, it's a need. But if we can find a way to keep the cost to a minimum for those restrooms, that'd be great.
And this is parking also, additional parking up top is what this is also. And remember, 22 is design. We can get to design and you say, no, but I would hope if we get to design that we're gonna, move forward with it. So that's, let me know if general consensus, that's where it is right now. I don't hear a whole lot of folks saying absolutely not, so that's where it is. We're not adopting the budget today, so it's still time to move. These next couple projects, unless you tell me otherwise, these will not happen. I mean, these are projects, but we're not ready. I say we're not ready for them. They're not a high priority for us yet, per the master plan, but they're in there. And there may be opportunities for these to move up. And you saw on MJ's presentation sort of a location where, the splash pad may be and where the amphitheater may be out here, et cetera. Those on the list, but they're not proposed to be funded in 22
Right.
or 23 right now. Now, we may come back next year, FY 23, and say, oh, absolutely, this splash pad needs to move up, to 23. So if you're just moving it to 25 to 24, I probably wouldn't waste our time right there on that, because next year we're gonna be talking about it again. But if it's some project here, absolutely, Anthony, it's got to move into FY 22 today, then that's kind of what we need to hear. Moving it a year up and stuff like that, we talk next year, you may move it back, or you may move it up again. So I would say, just spend our time more on, if there's a project you say, absolutely, it needs to happen right now in FY '22.
I'd just like to say on the splash pad, I think you need to think through, do you want that to be a destination, or do you want that to be complementary to other facilities? So,
And that's
you know, in
tough.
terms of where you want to put it, is it a downtown thing, where you're going to be also attracting people to go eat and shop and blah, blah, blah? Or you just want them just to drive or walk to one place for one activity? So,
I'd say absolutely all of those. Those are things we got to figure out. This is, right now, proposing North Neck Park in a specific location. Who knows, it may be, a better location downtown if something were worked out. So we got more homework to do on that. But I don't think I hear anybody saying absolutely FY '22. Same thing with the amphitheater and parkland acquisition is out there in a future year, and that's referendum. As Michael talked about, I think he showed these dots out, on his master plan or whatever, that we need to look at future parkland acquisition, maybe on our own, partner with the county, et cetera, in future years. And these are, as I said, are in the order that Parks and Rec staff had brought back to us, and the need, et cetera, and why. And sidewalks, new and ADA transition. This is where we talked about earlier about, this is obviously a huge change from what you've probably seen before. We've not even come close to spending that kind of money. But we're trying to move in that direction, because there's a lot of needs out there on the sidewalk, not just ADA, doing some of that transition and fixing those, but making these connections, and they will get expensive. This is not going to get at the, it's going to take a while to get at, if it costs $19 million to get at that. But this is making considerable moves towards that. And then maybe some grants out for that, like Safe Walk to School, grants and things like that. We've got to do some more homework on that. This is just putting a placeholder in there, and we got to do more homework. As Mr. Boone, I think, even mentioned, well, why not do this sidewalk? Or, could we do that sidewalk? Why is this one first? Why is that one second? From a standpoint, do we have the right of way? Do we not? What does that right of way cost? Can we do a piece in between that's not as big in that longer section? So we got more homework. This is just more of a placeholder. We rounded numbers. We go to bid these sidewalks, it may be $1,432.10. But it's allowing us to put some money in the budget to start moving.
Tourism dollars cannot go to road improvements, correct? Or can they?
No, tourism dollars needs to be spent on,
Tourism generating
yes, I was gonna say
activities.
heads and bids, but tourism, related things.
Okay, Neck Road and Beatty's Ford Road, that part, because, the very end of it is so county heavy and focused in Rural Hill and stuff. Is that something we could ask the county to partner with us in? Because a lot of that really is county centered, not Huntersville centered. Because you have the nature preserve, you have the one,
Beatty's Ford Neck Road?
yeah, like you have the plantation, Rural Hill, you have the cemetery, you have the nature preserve. The vast majority of that road is county.
I would say maybe.
Let's
if
be
you did,
optimistic.
If you did the Bradford Park model, and from what I heard, I think MJ said maybe. But the county's typically not in the road business.
Right.
But maybe.
But
maybe.
that little area is such
Can
an
we partner?
exception, and
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to try to partner on that, to see on that whether we can do that. I think we have that in design in '23 and then
yes.
construction in '24. So it sounds like look at those options, research and see if that's a possibility.
Because that is such a rare area, for not even for just Huntersville, but Mecklenburg County, that perhaps that could be like an exception to the rule.
And I may go back on the tourism comment and I can't remember. I don't know why. There was something when Pat McCrory was governor at the time, I think, that they added some language that threw a curveball in that may allow, it's either tourism or,
Yeah. It is, it's one of those.
that they added, and they got slipped in, for, transportation. But we never try to use the tourism dollars for transportation. We always try to use it for these various things you talk about that generate. But there was some language slipped in, if I recall, many years ago.
I agree. And
Not
Patty-
many people realize it'll, pay attention to it.
Patty, tourism fund balance in the neighborhood of $2 million. It's so, there's several commitments in here of tourism dollars, so we've just got to be careful not to overspend in that.
What about NCDOT? Do they have anything, any possible grants for things like this? I don't know.
You may be able to look at, they used to call it spot safety funds and things like that. So we may be able to look at those type dollars for things like this.
And is Neck Road an NCDOT road? I feel like it is.
Neck Road
It is
NCDOT?
a NCDOT
I think it
road.
even used to be ETJ, so that would be DOT, I believe.
So we'd look at, is there partnerships there? We always look at those wherever we can,
Right.
but they're far and few in between. So more research, see if we can partner on those projects, on any of the projects.
Church Street.
Did I miss? Yeah, so Walter Street, you know, we spent some, looks like we spent some dollars on that, so maybe that one should be moved up. I don't know, is that dollars we spent? Very minimal. So there are some opportunities that has presented themselves recently on that. I think we were talking about maybe some land and stuff earlier, in that area that, I may even have a contract in my email. So, this project there may be some land purchased to, you know, this project's in FY '23 and '24. So we may, you know, obtain or come back to the board to obtain some of that land that would be needed for that right of way. So I think this is probably in the right spot. We may need to, if that moves forward, we may need to slide some up in FY '22, for the land purchase. But, stay tuned on that. That just hit our plate, recently. McElrain Park, that's out. You know, it's county, working with the county, trying to figure out what to do there. You know, they're driving that boat. Holbrook Park expansion, that's more about, you know, that's Michael's pet project. We may put a statue of him out there one day. Obviously, we've got a lot going on out there at Holbrook Park and the Greenway and all that stuff tying in, and pickleball courts, but, you know, future, we may look at if opportunities present themselves, lands, et cetera, then there may be an opportunity there to, you know, expand that park. And so that's in a future year. Hopping down Beatty's Ford Road and, I'm sorry, I already did that. Church Street realignment to Walters. Looking at that also, you know, opportunities there. At the Church Street Walters realignment. Some of this in these areas will tie into, and it may have been I may have jumped the gun. Church Street realignment to Walters may actually be the one that there's a land opportunity there that may move this up. The Walters may tie more into what Nate's doing, et cetera. So I saw Walters and got all excited. So the Walters Huntsville Concord Third is probably in the right location. Church Street realignment to Walters may need some dollars in '22 if the land opportunity presents itself. So we may need to move a little bit there, but stay tuned on that one. Church Street, Holbrooks to Delwood. You heard sort of Stephen talk a little bit about that. You know, we've already acquired some. Yes, we're in the process of acquiring land. We have contract in place for some of that Presbyterian church land that we're trying to finalize surveys, et cetera, on. And then we're also looking at the other end of that, closer to Holbrooks. If we've got 3/4 of it, you know, how about the other quarter? We may have to do a little bit of there at the church, and then also it may even need a little bit on those other properties, you know, that front on Church Street as you get a little closer to Holbrooks. So that one's probably in the right sort of time frame, because we've got to do research and all on that, and what right-of-ways needed, et cetera.
I know you guys are moving forward with that one, but in general, I'd just like to see that one tied to the Stump Town extension, simply because you're eliminating the railroad crossing on Delwood for the Stumptown, so it's kind of a chain reaction.
And we may get this one actually, we're probably working on this one and get these done sooner than that, the way Stumptown's going, but that's up to you, we can push it back further. But we got a lot of homework to do as far as right of way and all that kind of stuff, get all that nailed down. So these, as you can see here, it's, I lose my place here, it's 23 or 24, and as we're doing some more research and collecting, you know, what do we need for right of way, et cetera, this may slide back a little bit, but that's kind of where we are right now. And Stumptown is, still, railroad may push that out, you know, how that works. Rec center expansion, you know, that's out and out years. We are looking at some possibilities of some, you know, partnerships maybe, sort of like we do schools. You know, there may be some private partnerships, but, you know, that's yet to be worked out. That would be something we bring back to the board that, you know, may allow this to stay where it is, may allow us to push out further. Depends on what something like that may look like. We're always looking at what makes sense for partnerships, and so that may be something that comes to you. HAP infield turf, that was the one we told you, that's in 23, but there may be an opportunity with Little League that I think MJ talked about, that maybe that moves up. Stop me now if if you tell me, Ant, stop, that needs to go out and, you know, 2050 or something, just stop me. Bradford Park Phase 3, you heard from MJ on that, you know, county park, but we're doing most improvements in there with a little bit from Davidson, but first thing we gotta do is master plan, remaster plan, because I think he said it was 20-something, 2004? 2004? Yeah, so, yeah, lots of things have changed probably in 16 years, so that's something we need to look at and, you know, work with the county on, but that one's out in future years. North Neck Park Greenway, that was the one I thought was a good project, and the reason I think that was a good project is they've literally cleared a path. You know, you saw that the clear path, sort of like MJ and them done behind Cashins over there. Opportunities right, you know, to look at maybe partnerships there and advance that project. That's more of a design in 22 and a build in 23. But while it's clear and it's open, no better time to try to jump on something like that and make those connections through there to the various neighborhoods, to the North Neck Park, et cetera. That's why that one is kind of up there, advanced. 115 South widening, you know, DOT already pushed back the projects we got that are hot, so, you know, this one is in a future year. You know, if there's an opportunity, that would be, you remember we brought back, I think, Brian and Commissioner Boone and Commissioner Hines, you know, we looked at a package, submitting a package, and it didn't make sense, and wasn't going to rank high, but we'll continue to look at those opportunities. But we kept it on the list for a future year, but who knows? You know, the sky may rain money, and we may bring that, you know, back one day, but it's just on the list. Hambright and Mount Holly Huntersville. Commerce Center,
We're on row 83.
see, I'm jumping all over the place. Development of Cook Pennington property, that's a, you know, county property that's on out there, that's in a future year. We'd have to work with them on that. Commerce Center Drive, $500,000 on that. That's the, now is that Commerce Drive or Commerce Center Drive? I get them confused now. So I think it may be Commerce Drive, right? Because we got like Holbrook and Holbrooks, and then we got Commerce Center Drive and I think Commerce Drive. I can't remember which one's by the post office. I thought it was Commerce Drive, but maybe I'm wrong. But that's the one by the post office. You remember we were talking about connecting Gilead to Holbrook? And one of the, you know, sort of goals was, hey, we don't need to be waiting on DOT. You know, let's get some of these projects moving. That's that one. Trying to make that connection because we're already working on Holbrook's back to Aldi's. So make that connection from Holbrook out to Gilead to tie into where the post office is. That's what that project is. Makes sense. That's why that one's up as close as it is.
Anthony, that's the last one with any money before 24.
Then the rest of them are way out. I'm more than happy to go through the rest of them, but they're way down the list
And not funded, frankly.
and not funded.
That makes it a lot easier to understand. Thank you, Patty, for pulling that, and Jackie.
And
Because look, now you have, okay, we're not even thinking about those unless all of a sudden somebody says we're gonna get 4 people to raise one of those up to the next year or two.
And we tried to use some common sense from the standpoint, does it make sense where it ties in, you know, where DOT is working a project, or, you know, is it an opportunity that has been presented, et cetera. But we got plenty of time for adjustments. As we share this, we can actually read it, and spend some time on it. We'll have more work sessions for you to say, no, we're not, like I said, we're not committing to funding now. But these, what you see, are in the 5-year financial forecast and funded in various ways, if it's in that 22 to 26, in various ways, whether it's general fund, whether it's installment financing, whether it's future referendum, et cetera, et cetera. But I promise you, it will change. It always does.
And you're sending this to us?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We'll send you this, you know, color version as far as what's sort of committed in yellow. We'll make sure we send you also all the PowerPoint presentations, every bit of them, so that you can have and you can play with and change them if you want to do whatever. We can send you where you can play with the forecast and plug whatever numbers you want into it.
That'll go out early next week.
Yeah, early next week, if that's okay.
No, I want it this weekend.
Yes.
That's what I want to do all weekend. I haven't done this enough.
That way you spend all weekend. So Mayor, that's what we got as far as the project.
No, that's good.
So if you would like me to hop into other topics, we'll jump on that. Or you probably, maybe you want a break, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
have a 10-minute
Yes.
break.
Do each one of these in like 2 minutes?
But I think we've done a lot of these already.
10 minutes.
Yeah, some of them have already.
We're going over today. Here, you want some? It's organic.
Okay.
You wanna address the topic again, but I'm clear.
Yeah, so, I think, well, first of all, thanks for setting this all up the way you have, and, I think we should move forward with meeting in person, starting, March 1st. I think we can do this well. We have plenty of room. I'm sure we have public hearings on, March 1st and a number of other things. So just wanted to put that out there and see if there's support to, move forward. And I know we could tweak some things. Larry's talked to me about, from our standpoint, being able to see a little bit better. And, hopefully it's been working technology-wise for the public as well, so.
If I could, can you make a motion at one of these things?
No.
I'll make a motion that we do it.
Or
March
give me
1st.
consensus, is that all right?
It wasn't necessarily included in the agenda as a topic to be discussed, but that's something that's so generalized, if you want to move forward to having those meetings. You can give a consensus.
Do a consensus.
I know that Davison, the county, and city are still meeting remotely. Be interesting to understand why they are.
I mean, Cornelius isn't and several others aren't, but
Yeah,
I think this, we've proven we can do this, so.
Just, give me some consensus which way to move, and, we'll move. Obviously, we got some more tweaking to do here. It's not perfect, but we're learning. If the consensus, just tell me one way or the other. If maybe it's just a hand-raised consensus to
I'm a
tell.
yes.
So, can I ask some questions, please?
Sure.
So so understanding that I live in a house with high-risk people, so I'm very cautious, right, because of it. If we were going to move forward, I would like to know that we are going to put some protocol in place to make sure that residents or people who are coming in are doing the temperature checks, that the chairs are socially distanced like this, that we require mask wearing while they're in the building. Those are things that I think are going to be important for me to feel comfortable.
I would only do in-person meetings if things like that were met, because I was one of the more paranoid people, and I've gotten more comfortable, especially after doing this for 2 days, and how staff has handled everything. But I think we have to have those protocols, and they would have to be even on our agenda at the top, so that the public knows we're not blindsided. But I'm okay with meeting in person if we do that stuff, because I feel like you guys have handled things and done it. Like, we're very fortunate to have the staff we have that's taken COVID so seriously. And now that people, except our police department are finally getting vaccines, it's making me feel more comfortable being in public too. So I'm a consensus of yes.
Well, our police haven't gotten the vaccine yet, just reminder. But the other piece is making sure that we understand how many people we would allow into the space. That would be the other question I would have.
Yeah, and I think Emily and I looked at that a little bit. I don't think that applies to government, so I need for government meetings and all. So I need to do a little more homework on that.
But I think to Commissioner Bell's point, we've obviously had some rather raucous meetings in which this gym wouldn't hold enough people, regardless of whether we're exempt or not.
Right.
Whatever that number is, we need to hold to it. And again, many meetings we might not get close, but I would not want to show up with 300 people trying to jam in this gym.
Okay, and if we meet in person, will we still allow for the public to be able to comment through Zoom or whatever? Because there are people who are still real nervous about in person.
We would do, Larry was just, he probably threw me for a curveball, but ultimately we would be in person, they'd show up, and then we'd be streaming the meeting. That it, Larry? That's basically where we work. Be like being in town hall again,
Yep.
just here in the rec center.
So their emails wouldn't be considered a public record or a public comment?
I guess wait a minute, hold on. Could we could do emails, but we couldn't have call-ins from there?
Right, so we can't set like a TV up and have a RingCentral meeting and call in
No? So Emily may need to jump in here then.
Well, if it's a public hearing, they have 24 hours to email it in.
Yeah, we want to make sure that if we're transitioning from virtual to in-person, that we're then under the in-person.
Probably not to get on that mic so we make sure, I'm sorry. Jack may, if he doesn't eat it, he may let you.
Jack hogging the
borrow.
mic.
Yeah, no, if we're gonna transition over to the in-person meetings, then we're gonna be back under the in-person requirements. So we would, obviously follow that rather than the virtual meeting protocols. We can go ahead and still have the streaming available, of course.
So it'd be just like we were in town hall. In town hall, all we did was public people came and then ultimately we streamed the meetings. Is that right? Basically, that's what you're saying.
And there's no way we can, amongst ourselves, decide to do some form of hybrid, it's black or white. Okay.
And
That kind of changes
Well,
how
one of the things we could do, Cornelius has people, if there is going to be a big deal public hearing, you can circulate them in and out through this building.
We could do things like that. I just, I don't know how many people are gonna come, except, we do, as you see here, we get a lot of people in here, but we may have to adjust on the fly, and I'd have to talk to Emily if we think we're gonna have 100 people show up. We may be able to do some creativity there. I just have to think about, we can definitely do temperature checks, we can definitely, do that, and ask some questions, those kind of things. We did that for this one, right, Janet? Then we put that in the advertisement, so we did that for even this one. But as far as how many in the building, those kind of things, we can probably do some adjustments there. I just don't know what that magic number is.
My only concern with going back pre-COVID would be that I would worry that we're disenfranchising citizens who don't feel comfortable coming out in public or who physically can't come out in public because of an immune deficiency or what have you. Now they don't get an opportunity for their voices to be heard. That, that's something I'm gonna have to sit here and weigh for myself.
I'm with you, because I don't want to put people in a position where they can either use their First Amendment right or choose their health. Especially since everyone can't get vaccinated right now.
Right.
Well, so then you're really saying you'll never have another in-person meeting?
No, I will, but I don't feel like right now, it's like, just because I'm comfortable sitting here, it doesn't mean that somebody in the public shouldn't be able to come comment and exercise their right. And that's why I wish we could have hybrid. Like, I thought, because I've seen other towns and cities do not, I don't know, it just, I don't want to put people in a position where they have to pick their First Amendment or their health right now.
Emily, could we have citizens call in?
I don't think so. No, if you're gonna be, like I said, if you're gonna be in a public, meeting and you're gonna not be virtual, then you have to follow those rules, just as what you would have done, like Anthony said, in town hall.
Again, I would think with proper COVID protocols in place, I mean, it is what it is. At some point, we do have to go back. Again, I'd like to know why the county and city and Davison continue to meet remotely. But,
Can we get
maybe
some
we
more
can work on some
information?
COVID protocols.
Can we just get some more information and allow us to talk a little bit more about it too?
Sure, I'm good, whatever you tell me to do.
When's the advertising deadline?
Yes,
Probably already passed.
for the
With
next
some of the
meeting.
things, for March 1st, I don't know what's on the docket right now, but, we were talking about,
I was just asking, when's the deadline for March 15? If we could do some research and be able to make a informed decision for the March 15 meeting, that might be the compromise
Jack
that
or Brian, you know any items
get
that,
to.
and I'm picking on y'all because you know any items that we gotta make some decisions on, like,
Emily,
ASAP?
when's the, even for March 1st, what's our deadline?
Janet, what's the publication deadline for the newspaper?
So at least 10 days, so what I heard is probably by at least March, I don't know what March 5th is on, but by at least then, for March 15th, right? So, yeah,
Yeah,
So we could do March first is what we're saying.
we built in flexibility.
because y'all were gonna wait to hear, you remember I talked to somebody and said, well, let's wait and see how this goes. So we built in that flexibility to allow us to potentially move or shift.
I just don't see how having this meeting is any different than having a normal meeting.
I think the difference would be number of public that might show up, and that's, you know,
I'd agree with Commissioner Bales with proper COVID protocols, for everybody's safe. I mean,
I'm
just
fine,
fully in support.
I think I would be fine with that. My only concern is people then not being able, who don't feel comfortable coming out still, not being able to come and talk and speak.
That could be for 6 months or a year. I mean, that's
Could
the
be,
risk there.
that could be from when it rains or snows.
It's clear as mud to me right now.
Yeah, we're
I'm
getting out of
happy
here
to
by
do
4,
whatever.
that's for sure.
I'll do a handstand, but I may not get back up.
And we're happy to do more research to see if there's any way to build in even more flexibility, but unless we're doing virtual, then that flexibility for the 24 hours and the emailing comments and all of that, which is specific to the remote hearing statute, that's not going to apply.
why don't we try for Monday to put some COVID protocols on paper, including capacity limits, whatever else we're going to do to ensure that people wear masks, what happens if they don't want to, you know, those kinds of things.
We'll have a police officer there.
Again, that's part of what we're going to, we just need to be prepared for those things.
So Bobby was telling me that when we were, and this was previously now, well, that still stands, that Gibby was comfortable, Gibby Harris, when we were gonna, the Colonial Pipeline meetings in here, having up to 80, is that right? In here,
Up to how many?
80. Now that's 20, I think that was 21 seats, what you see right there. 20, 21, I thought I put 7 in a row, but who knows, I may have lost count. So it just gives you an idea.
Just out of curiosity, are there any scheduling conflicts in terms of events happening on Monday nights?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure MJ would say yes, but we've been, you know. Jackie did tell him to,
There you go.
you know, think way ahead and clear those spots, but yes, I mean, I'm sure it's painful.
Why don't we see some COVID protocols on paper Monday, and we can make a decision then?
All right. And then I'll just email those out and we'll see what happens. All right. All right, I got to hurry up then. Talk fast, I guess. Well, I got Jack over here and he's excited. They're, I think they're, let me see if I can get to the list first. So we put these on a piece of paper. I'm gonna let Jack try to address number 1, 2, 4, and 8. Does that sound right, Jack? GR zoning, can anything be done to update to current zoning?
So GR was a zoning district to allow subdivisions approved, built and approved before 1996 to just continue to build out. So I'm not sure the nature of this question. The GR is a holding pattern that's some 25 years old, and we need to keep it for those zoning districts that were approved pre the 96 code, so that they are conforming. If there's a problem, I'm happy to try to address it.
Well, that was my question. It's just that it's deemed a rezoning, which technically it is, but, you know, like with North State and I guess with 73, it's really just compliant. Whatever is going to be built has to be rezoned. So is there a way of just getting rid of GR and then having it, whatever's contiguous?
So, in the case of the North State, you know, there were some larger lots that were zone GR that we envisioned be, you know, rezoned when we did the downtown plan to something more intense. I'm not very familiar with too many more properties like that, where there's bigger tracts of land that are zone GR that could be developed. And I think that if the concern is that there are potentially other GR properties out there that will be up for rezoning, we can take a look at, just try to inventory what's out there and what could be built upon in GR that might be subject to rezoning, and then try to figure it out from there. But the GR zone is coded that if you are one of the few lots that are vacant and you are zoned general residential, that in essence you're going to get a half-acre lot, a 20,000, a little less than a half-acre, a 20,000 square foot lot. So if you would like, we could just kind of inventory what have we got GR that's not developed, and then kind of take it from there. That could be a takeaway. Okay?
Not a high priority, I just was curious if it's.
Next one is, where are we on the tree canopy? Bobby, can you just put that slide up? So when we did the 2040 plan update, there was a analysis of our tree canopy. This was the town limits had some 9,000 acres of tree canopy in them. We also had it compared with how much have we lost between 2010 and 2018. And in essence, Huntersville had the least amount of tree canopy removed, less than even Davidson by, you know, tenths of percentage points, but the least amount of tree canopy removed of any of the communities. It was just at around 2%. Can we go to the next slide? Or just slip, yeah. So I will say in October 2020, we had the text amendment that required 100% of the caliper. So if somebody cuts down a 24-inch tree, they're replanting 24 inches worth of trees. We also updated our planting list to remove any invasive species. And if we can go to the next slide, these are the things that the 2040 plan talks about, of what we should try to be doing proactively and trying to continue to preserve more trees. You'll notice in the big idea, the blue box, there was thought about how can we get the new development and in the residential and the rural and transitional to do 50% tree save. So these are things that we will be working on. I mentioned that our work program this year will be trying to tackle these issues. There's some text amendments that are necessary. So does that answer the question when someone asks where are we on the tree canopy?
I asked that question. Yes, it does. Thank you, Jack.
Good, thank you. What was the next item?
Modify ordinance language on 3.26 to remove reference to rail transit station. Hadn't you address that?
Well, I mean, we are going to, through the downtown plan, kind of address where we're going. I presume this has a lot to do with the North State project. And we are going to look at housing in the downtown and kind of set a goal of where we want to be. This was a topic of discussion to the Huntersville Ordinances Advisory Board meeting at their last meeting, and it was just kind of taken as information that you know, they know this discussion's happening, but there was not a call for us to change that at this point in time. But they also know that we are going to be updating our downtown plan and trying to figure out what to do on that. So I will say that the 2040 plan acknowledged that the transit stations are long-term, the rail transit are very long-term, and that was also in the CATS plan that was approved in 2019. Bus rapid transit is kind of the midterm, so this is the slide that we have in the 2040 plan about transit, and again, we're talking, you know, midterm bus rapid transit, very long-term, possibly commuter rail. So I do believe we'll be addressing the issue in the downtown plan.
Jack, I asked that question also. I was basically concerned with the two other rail transit centers that we'll have 3 in town, and the high density at those rail transit centers. When they come, we put a line on a map that shows where the density will be, and Norfolk Southern has said they're not gonna let us use their rails. So we're holding this high-density area for apartments that just might not come if the train doesn't show up.
Gotcha. So, well, with respect to the Hambright station, that's already been zoned for part of Brighton, so you've got what you got there. The downtown doesn't have any TOD zoning like you have in Hambright. Now, we have a specific TOD zoning district that says your minimum density is 15 units an acre, your maximum is 40. So that's really pushing to a higher density development. Somebody who would go up to Caldwell Station, which is the very northern of the red line, would have to rezone that property because it's not zoned for 100% attached, and it's not zoned for transit-oriented development. The map that I showed you yesterday of projects that people are talking to us about, yes, that's one of them. So you will have that on your plate, but you are under no obligation to rezone that property to a TOD. If you feel like the transit's not coming anytime soon, then you're not probably looking at 35 or 40 units an acre. You might be looking at a lot less than that. So it is in your control as to how you would want to deal with that, because it's going to require rezoning.
I think that's a great question, Commissioner Boone, and I think that's something that I would like to see staff bring back ranges. If the train's not coming, but we're looking at bus transit, there makes no sense in developing high density in the locations downtown or Caldwell Station if the train's not going to come in the next 30 years. I think we need to have a realistic expectation of what our community and what the infrastructure can tolerate now, 15 years from now, or 20 years from now, and then if the rail comes. I think you can have two simultaneous models, running parallel with one another as we navigate the future. You can plan for both.
I think this goes into number 8 too, with the downtown development vision, where we've already made a lot of decisions on a rail transit center coming to downtown, which we found out it's not. If we get down the road where we're starting to develop downtown, I think we should have the same type of board that we did for the 2040 plan. Let's bring some citizens in and get their input, and just not ours, similar to what we did to the 2040 community plan. That's just my idea.
I agree with you. I think that, and if you look at the economic development strategic plan that we adopted, 2017? In the back, it talks about downtown revitalization and how to accomplish it. And one of the very first things that it recommends is that this board create I don't know, I'm going to use, for lack of a better word, a committee of stakeholders in the downtown area, business owners and residents that live there, to help drive and help create that, be that committee that helps drive the downtown revitalization efforts.
And that committee should include people who not only do have businesses down there, but live down there.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know that you heard me.
Maybe this is a project for Dave Hill.
Right?
Well, the handout I gave you yesterday actually said just what we're talking about. There should be, we would recommend a committee, and it'd be homeowners and business owners and it, to help guide us and so, yes, what you're talking about, I'm anticipating a very favorable recommendation on my budget request for this particular item.
Smooth.
Hey, Jack, didn't we, as a part of the 2040 plan, I know I was in some group that talked about the redevelopment on the two corners and what it might look like. What was What was that?
Well, it's actually kind of up there on on the screen is
Okay.
just kind of hypothetically what would be there, but there was no engagement of any major way that, with the downtown, residents and business owners in downtown. So this gives a representation, it's something to talk about, but it'll be much different when we have people on a committee helping us to drive the product, and that's what we're recommending be done.
Okay.
We good on that one? So we're bringing back a downtown plan. That's, you've heard that a couple times, and that should address that one. Now, Bobby, can you go back to it, or can I? Go back to I'm gonna, let me just knock a couple easy ones off. 21, training onboarding for boards and commissions. I think Emily already tackled that one. We're doing that in the spring, right? Yeah.
What happened to decrease the time that an applicant
Well, I'm
has?
coming back. I was just, I'm gonna,
I was like, dang.
yeah, I was just gonna,
And we're done.
He's ready to go.
and then the one above that, the Pottstown neighborhood to bring sidewalks, obviously CDBG, that's the place for it right there. So we're gonna be addressing that, and even the Church Street extension, sidewalks, et cetera, to Waymer. So I would say on those, we're gonna address them. I just hopped around to make you feel a little better that, well, first, see if you're paying attention. So hop back to number 3, because decrease the time that an applicant can present. I think, Emily, we may have sent out an email on that. We can definitely do that. It's just a decision on what we want to do.
I think that was mine also. I think that the time the applicant can spend an hour presenting and the citizens have 3 minutes, I think that we've got to put everybody at 20 minutes for citizens and applicants, just to make that argument fair for everybody to give a chance to get not just the material they have, but all the material that they would like to show us.
I agree with that. What it might be, I remember I talked to a councilman in Charlotte, and I don't remember the formula, but when they have an uncontested, let's say rezoning, they give the applicant, who cares, 3 minutes to talk, whatever the number is. Then they give, obviously if it's uncontested, there's nobody in the public. If it's contested, again, don't quote me on the numbers, I think they give the applicant 10 minutes. They give the public, if they, like 10 minutes or some number of minutes, and then I think there's a rebuttal from the applicant, but they definitely tighten up the time. Obviously, they can't have people talking for hours with the amount of business they have down there, so it might be interesting to see what other municipalities are doing and what would work here to make it fair for everybody, but, to Commissioner Boone's point, not have the applicant talking for a half hour, but also, it also limits on the other side, the public, and they have to decide how they want to
Well,
spend their minutes.
and that is always a concern, because if we have, 30 people who sign up to speak, and I have been in those meetings where every person gets 2 to 3 minutes, depending upon the mayor's discretion. And we've sat there for an hour and a half, 2 hours listening to the community. And we should. So I would be concerned about limiting the citizens' opportunity to share, because they came out for a reason.
And not everybody's out in a group. Some people keep up and they're by themselves and they want to come speak and having a passion. And with this too, I feel like if we are going to start setting limitations, developers and the applicants get to use like visual aids, and we don't allow that for the public. I feel like that should be something we allow, because then that way that might reduce speaking time for them as well. But I mean, we sat here and watched a 12-minute video, and I think.
And that was the first time ever.
Yeah.
But when we have people, well, one of the first things we ever voted on, it was that, the Oak Hill, and they just wanted to show us traffic, so maybe we can even set something up where if they want to use photos, visual aids, they can send it to Bobby, and Bobby can present it. So I know we can't have people just using random flash drives, but, if we're gonna, I want to be just as fair to the people as we are to the applicants.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is you're gonna have to come up with a system. I think it was a year and a half ago. Again, talk about being fair to citizens, we had 2 public hearings. It was 2.5 hours, I think, before the second public hearing. People were just leaving. Of course, we didn't have anywhere for them to sit, but So in being fair to both the applicant and the public, including if we have multiple public hearings, I think we just need to come up with a system that would work and not be a burden on folks who come to speak.
It would be interesting to see what other municipalities are doing and how they're doing it to be fair to
And I
all
would
sides.
tend to agree with Commissioner Phillips. I mean, if the applicant is able to do slideshows, presentations, something of materials, I mean, even if the applicants or the public is able to present that to our IT staff or Bobby and get it a day in advance or 8 hours in advance, something so we can pre-clear it, understand
There-
what we're about to see, so
I would
it's
just,
appropriate.
I don't mean to cut you off by
No,
any
you're good.
means. I know a lot of jurisdictions do not allow any type of electronic flash drive or videos because they are worried about potential for crashing their systems, if there is a virus, if there is some sort of spyware, anything like that. That's why it's usually limited to speaking. And as far as what other jurisdictions do, I know that the go-to number for just flat out public comment, not necessarily a public hearing, but public comment is 3 is the number that I see typically for the speakers at a public comment period. Here we have them twice a month. You can limit them to once a month if you so choose for public comment. As far as public hearing, you can regulate pretty much to the same extent a public hearing speaker that you can for public comment. Usually with public hearing, if you're the applicant, if you're someone that is speaking, there you typically get a little bit more than 3 minutes. I haven't necessarily seen a tiered system as Commissioner Walsh was speaking about, but that is something that we could look into and potentially implement. You would just have to adopt reasonable rules for whatever you use going forward.
But I think we're all in agreement, what we're doing now is not fair to the public.
I don't,
necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
well, I mean, I mean, from my standpoint, I think there's been, in my 3 years, just 1 or 2 where the applicant really took a really long time. And I think the public absolutely should be able to get their 3 minutes or whatever it is. It doesn't matter if there's 30 people or 100 people show up. I think they all have to be heard. My concern is if we limit the applicant who actually paid a fee to submit something in the town, if we limit him in his response to 30 people, I mean, that's unfair. So I don't necessarily think the system is not working. I think the system's working fine right now. There's just been a couple really big projects here recently that, you know, there was a lot of people spoke and the applicant took a lot of time defending themselves. I think they have the right to do that
So,
without a limit. Now, some videos I think that we're referencing or maybe inferred here, maybe we should have limited those, you know, from the very onset. Now, if the video or the PowerPoint presentation is in relation to the project, I think that's completely permissible. Just ideas from, we think this is a good idea, based off of, you know, I don't think that's appropriate, unless they want to come speak at the public hearing. They can't do it in a video that applicant shows.
so I guess the question is with the applicant in particular, providing a presentation virtually, this type of thing, or do we go back in old school like we used to do, where the applicant handed us a binder? Every commissioner got one. I mean, you could just flip through and they talked about what they were, you know, their project. The problem is if you do that, the community doesn't necessarily see that. That's the downside to that. Or maybe we just say no videos. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think
PowerPoint
that-
presentation's one thing.
Right.
Yeah, the
Saying no
video was
testimonials.
I would agree with that.
interesting, but PowerPoint is, you know, we don't want to be chopping down trees to,
On mud again, so.
At least not
How
Huntersville
long
Street.
does Cornelius give an applicant to present?
So they were doing it on the fly based on the, when I was there, what they would do is if they saw a large audience, I remember when Woody came on as mayor, and they had a large audience, and Susan Irvin did presentations up there, I'm picking on her for now. The mayor would say, okay, Susan, because I know her well enough, I can pick on her and say, you get 20 minutes. And looks like we've got, 40 people out here to speak. I want to make sure y'all, because some of you are going to say the same thing, I want y'all to get together and give you 20 minutes too. So that's how they handled it there. And it just sort of varies. They got off that script sometimes while I was there, so it kind of varies in the situation. There was no set rule. The only set rule they had was public comments. So they flexed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem limiting the presentation. Okay, the rebuttal, that obviously you can't control. So the applicant, in my opinion, has to answer those questions, but a presentation, there should be, and I think it would be beneficial to everybody, because I don't know if anybody pays attention for 40 minutes. But I do believe that a citizen should be able to speak, and if I or whoever the mayor is sees that there are 50 people there, then you will address that up front and say, looks like we have a lot of people, we're gonna give it 2 minutes, and you just have to kind of.
So maybe on that, what if, I'm just piggybacking on that, what if we said applicant, and they would know, if we ever set this precedence, the applicant would know beforehand that he or she has 20 minutes, so they wouldn't come with a 100-slide presentation. They may get that down to a 10-slide or 15-slide presentation, whatever minutes y'all choose. I think we could do that, and then if you.
We would need to set certain rules. We
Right.
wouldn't just be able to pick and choose and say, well, this person's gonna get 20 and this
Right.
person's gonna
Well,
get 30.
No.
Sort of like you do for the public comments, if I recall, maybe it's at the bottom of the agenda. We would let them know, do the planning process also, that ultimately you have 20 minutes to, I'm picking 20, I'm not saying that's the right number, to do your presentation. So they would know how to adjust their slide presentation on that, whether it's 10, 15, 20, whatever, to adjust their slide presentation. And if you decide based on the audience, you're gonna give each individual 2 or 3 minutes or whatever, then you could do that. Is that doable?
Yeah, we can definitely say that the applicant gets, for example, 20 minutes, but then someone who is not necessarily involved in the application process, just someone who's speaking from the general public at the public hearing, has just say 2 to 3 minutes. That is something that you could address in the rules that you adopt.
And I think also within that, Emily, I think it's fair that only the applicant is presenting, so that would eliminate the video testimony or something like that.
And that would be up to the board to decide what they wanted to allow in terms of the videos or the PowerPoints. I would say that I would, just for liability's sake, not allow general public to provide videos and PowerPoints. The applicant, yes, if you so choose.
And when you say applicant, you're talking about, or the attorney for the applicant?
Yeah, I mean, in
Okay.
other words, like what we went through is you had 6 or 7 people that weren't part of the application.
I agree.
And it was a
Videos.
15-minute infomercial is what it really
Yep.
felt like, and
Yeah.
it wasn't fair to the public who, have wanted to just show simple traffic videos off their Ring cameras. We can't allow that, but we can watch a overly produced commercial.
I think we all got caught by surprise on that one, so.
I'm surprised we couldn't
So,
see each
okay.
other's faces.
And we can come back to you with examples of what types of rules that other jurisdictions have put in place.
I'd like to see that.
And that way you could kind of use that as a jumping off point.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, number 5, I previously had a couple of the entities that that we had talked to, or most of us had talked to coming back, but I don't have them here now, so let's go to number 6.
I would just like to say number 5 was one of mine, and Lake Norman Charter had their lottery numbers today.
Did you get in?
No. So far, the last I checked or heard from a friend, the kindergarten lottery is well over 1,020 applicants.
That's normal.
Just,
Well, I mean, I would move forward, but that's,
And they are looking at different locations, I'll just leave it at that. That particular school, we're looking at other locations, options, my understanding.
all right, number 6. Work with CMS to understand when the next school will be built.
Absolutely, we would do that, that's standard practice, we would wanna make sure we've got land they own in town, so, That I don't know if that was yours, Lance, but.
That was mine, and it's more coming from a standpoint of, are we out of the doghouse yet with CMS? Are we getting schools anytime in the near future?
I'm looking at
Yeah,
Melinda.
it's
We're
funny,
still-
I put a
Still
note
waiting for the
down.
rubric.
I have a note down for Mr. Richards to find out, with all of the permits that we've had in the last year, to make sure that we get those new plots kind of out there on the map, so that I can have that conversation with CMS. Because I'm interested to know how many are on the east side, and understanding that CMS's next elementary school up here to be built is over in Centennial, that area. So I think helping understand where those numbers are coming from, because they're not getting them until the certificate of occupancy. So I want to make sure they have them now versus later. I don't want them to be surprised.
So it should be a continuous every year
Yes.
process, obviously. We need more schools. So I know Melinda's on that board to continue work towards it, and the mayors probably can spit out the rubrics for us right now, I bet.
So I have this one. This was one that was on the agenda 5 years ago, and it went kind of back and forth, so it is my neighborhood. The one thing that's different now is that there is going to be a light there once 73 is improved. So I just put it on the agenda, just, you know.
NCDOT issue.
I don't know that there is gonna be a light there.
Oh, yeah, there's gonna be a light there.
Looking at Steve.
It's a left in, right?
It wouldn't put a light.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me?
That's right. When you say left in, it
I
may,
could have sworn they put a light on there, but if not, I just put it on there. It was, you know, I put 5 years ago, and it was my last shot, and I could tell people I tried.
all right, I'm gonna strike that one off the list. I think Jack, talked about 8. I don't know who would have put this number 9 on there. Reduce fund balance policy to be in line with comparable North Carolina
Yeah, I wonder.
municipalities.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I mean, I just think from, you know, if you, and we will always debate this, I guess, forever, but we are very well funded, best in the state. I just don't want a future board to use the 45% going below that as an excuse to raise taxes when it's normal operating procedures to be in the, anywhere between 20 and 30%. I think Mooresville's 30. The bigger you get, the lower the fund balance policy is. So Charlotte is considerably lower. I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's probably 10.
So that's a fairly true statement, yes.
Yeah. So I just think fund balance today is great, but I don't want anybody down the road to say, oh, we went under 45%, we gotta raise your taxes, so. I
And
think
I would-
something in the 30% range, like Mooresville, is probably reasonable. It frees up psychologically $6 million or so dollars.
I will say eventually you, at some point in time, based on all the projects we got,
Yeah.
we'll have to reduce it unless some major revenue source comes in, I mean. So it's gonna happen at some point in time, whether you want it to or not. I mean, it's just gonna have to happen if we fund those projects. Whether you do it now or later, that's up to y'all. I like the mayor's number being higher instead of lower, but, that's so that if it's 30 or whatever, that's,
Well, Mooresville's 30,
right.
and, you know,
So it's gonna happen one way or the other, if you fund all these projects. It's got to.
I think, I mean, if we were a community that was not growing, I would have more reservation of lowering it. But we are a very fast-growing community, and I don't see it slowing down anytime soon, so I am completely in favor of lowering it, whether it's drop it to 40% this year and then reevaluate it next year, I don't know, or just go straight to a 35. But I feel very confident with our growth projections that that should not be an issue for us in the future.
Talking about confidence, I think most of us have confidence in Jackie. What about her putting together a spreadsheet that says, you're right, Charlotte with a $2 billion budget or whatever, 45% is a lot of money. Maybe there's a recommendation she could give us that says, based on our current budget and maybe
Future spending?
$10 million increments or $5 million increments, those percentages could shift a little bit.
I'm not necessarily opposed to lowering it. When I think about lowering it, I hear our financial advisor, and I don't believe there's a better financial advisor in the state than the one we've got. I hear our financial advisor say, Jackie, your fund balance is so high, and you've adopted the last two budgets saying that you were going to spend it down. He has expressed to me concern that while we're still above it, if we drop the percentage, that expresses an intent to the rating agencies that it's our intent to accelerate the rate at which we're spending it down, which might cause them cause for concern. And so I interpret his advice as, if you intend to lower it, which is fine, wait until you get a little bit lower so it doesn't look like you intend to accelerate the rate at which you intend to spend down your fund balance.
When you say wait till we get lower, meaning?
Not
Balance
this
is closer
year?
to the
Well,
45.
I mean, your 5-year projection was still above 45%.
No, that fifth year was 44%, and you remember. And that is total fund balance, which is appreciably different than what you could spend, because
I
total fund
understand.
balance counts Powell bill and stormwater.
I know.
So just,
I just think I appreciate it. You're one of the best, but I don't think any rating agency really, in their heart-to-heart, would have a problem with us changing it now versus when we are getting closer to it and like, oh my gosh, we gotta change our fund balance. Now we're doing it 2, 3, 4 years in advance of getting down there.
And the main thing is.
I mean, it's debatable, but I'll call Moody's and.
can I throw out
straighten it.
possible baby steps? And I'm sure this is nowhere near where you want to go, but to our point, if we're getting to 44 by 2025, 2026, I believe, if you did 1% a year, and I know it's baby steps, but you get to 40 by 2026, and you're still staying close to that number, and you're moving towards the direction of where you wanted to go. I mean,
I think that's my point of a recommendation, a spreadsheet to say
Right,
this
yeah,
is,
Let's find out. Let's have more
let us
info.
over a 5-year period or whatever period,
It's gonna move before then. I mean, it's gonna have to move.
I have presented to the rating agencies maybe 5 times in my career. My suspicion is Mitch does it 5 times a month. And we're paying a lot of money for the financial advice he's giving us. And so until we decide that's bad advice, I don't know why we'd pay for advice and not take it. I think there is a legitimate case to bring it down.
The next referendum will probably cause that to happen.
I don't disagree.
I'll take Lance's recommendation, I'll raise it to 2.5%.
So Jackie, I think if, for the board, you know how Mitch gave us those numbers, you know, where we are relative to other municipalities of our size? That probably if we had something like that, they could kind of gauge it, and then how it looks if you're taking it down.
I hope this meeting is boring enough that Moody's and S&P will never go back and play it. So I'm telling you, the next time I present with them, if they express hesitancy, I'm arguing just like you. It was high, we had a plan, we followed the plan. But our job as staff is to give you the advice on what potentially could happen. And if you all decide, you know what, that's crazy, that's a ridiculous risk, it's never gonna happen, let's just go ahead and drop it. Okay.
All right, well, we'll look forward to getting that spreadsheet.
So
All right.
more research?
Yeah, so, I guess the next two are probably the same, funding nonprofits or funding
Yeah,
approval.
multiple folks had different versions, of that, as far as, so I'll just, as far as the funding of nonprofits, so I'm like, do we open it up for more? We send out the paperwork, I think some of you have seen that packet we send out, Patty sends that out to I'm looking for Patty, the various agencies that we have. There've been a couple that have, a couple board members sent to us to say, hey, would you send them the packet? We send them the packet, we'll get that information back, bring it back to the board. Y'all have to make that decision of whether we're funding this amount, no amount, or whatever.
I should also add, Anthony, a couple of years ago, we stopped funding Arts and Science Council, and they have reached out to Patty about, hey, we want to get in front of the board and request the restoration of that funding, so.
Multiple times.
Right, and we'll send them the package, just, I think, I can't remember who, there were a couple agencies that board asked us to send them to.
Yeah, I've got I've got currently that we've done in the past, Ada Jenkins, Hugh Torrance, Latta Plantation, and Rural Hill. The ones that I've gotten from board members or just they've contacted me, ASC North, that lady's called me a couple times. The Carolina Raptor Center, Angels and Sparrows, Hope House, and Caterpillar Ministries. I just want to know, I'm going to send them to everybody, but I just because we're adding 5 to our list. We had a big list at one time, we got our list low, and now we're making it larger, but that's fine. I mean,
So my question is, based off of the policy that we created
Yes.
governing nonprofits, do all of those meet the criteria or not?
that's totally Emily.
The buck does not stop here.
And I don't know if she's done that, we have done that research yet.
Well,
on
remember,
that.
there are two different categories. There's the hotel, motel, tourism, whatever.
Right.
And then
Right.
there's just
That's right.
pure charity. I'll give you my opinion.
So I just wanted to make the comment that you do have to bear in mind, and I will say I've not reviewed the policy that you all passed previously. You need to make sure that what you are donating these funds for, if it is for a nonprofit purpose, is a purpose that you as a board could actually spend that money as well. So if you have the authority to spend that money because it is considered a public purpose, then you can donate those funds to a nonprofit to carry out that public purpose. You just need to make sure that when you receive their application, that what they are requesting their funds for is something that you as a governing board are actually authorized to spend money on.
Like the fire department.
Yeah, and we're not asking for, make decisions, because I don't even know what they're requesting yet. That just was one of the things on the list of, I think some folks were, and there were several, some were saying, do we dial it in and do none? Do we do more?
So-
What do we do?
This was one of mine. And I think we either need to open the process up, put it on our website and advertise. Because I got to pick 3 nonprofits that went on there, and I feel like I'm picking winners and losers. So if we can make it publicly open to apply, that's the best way to do it, or we just need to stop doing it completely. Because I feel like we're lacking transparency, and some of the nonprofits in this community, like we have food pantries that are small but mighty, don't even know about this process. So I feel like as we grow, we need to we just need to clean it up. Like it needs to be a very transparent thing, or we shut it down.
So my one concern is that if that members of the board are recommending these nonprofits apply, and yet they don't necessarily meet the guidelines that we set. I think it's important that each one of us understand what the guidelines are and what constitutes potential funding and what doesn't. That's the one piece I want to make sure that we all understand, because I felt very confident in the ordinance that we passed. And for example, there's things that Ada Jenkins does that we could do ourselves. We could hire staff for. They could facilitate that process, similar to the fire department. And yet we're outsourcing it, for lack of a better word, and frankly getting a better deal. I don't know that all of the nonprofits actually meet that threshold that we've reached out to.
Can
So
I
what-
ask that the town attorney or other give us the specifics of what that specific ordinance covers? Because I may not understand it entirely, just so I can find out. Because in my head, Angels and Sparrows is a very good organization, does a lot of good in the community, but do they do something specifically that the town could provide as a service? I don't know.
So we can get that policy to you, do some more research on that. I don't know if, I'm sure Emily doesn't have that policy memorized.
I haven't even reviewed that policy, to be honest with you. That wasn't on my radar.
Right. So we'll do more research. It sounds like there's different spectrums of this. Let us do some research, bring it back to you. You'll have to make decisions on dollars and, cents at a later date. But we've got time to figure that out.
Well, and I really would like everyone to consider that we make it an open policy thing and put it on our website so other nonprofits can apply instead of finding out word of mouth. Because I had a group call me because they had heard the mayor talk about this. And they didn't know until this year that it existed. So I just feel like if we put it on our website, people can read it, they can judiciously pick if they feel like they fit the criteria, and then we go from there. But I felt sleazy sending Patty an email saying X and Z, you know, because I don't want to pick who's a winner and loser. There might be nonprofits out there in this community I don't even know about who are phenomenal and deserve our backing.
I don't
Right, but
disagree
they
with
have to
that.
do a service that the town would be willing to do.
And I'm saying, I know that, I'm not dumb with that, but if we put it out to the public, these smaller nonprofits may reach out and they might ask for $500. But I think it's worth putting out there to the public so we're being transparent instead of sitting back and picking who we want to apply.
Well, I agree with you, Commissioner Phillips, that the ordinance, the governing rules should be posted. I agree with you that all that information should be public so that people know what we do cover and what we don't and why.
Well, and I mean, you know, even with Charlotte filling in that at-large seat, they put it out to the public. The public applied. Right off Jump Street, like 42 applicants weren't viable and didn't read. You had to be this, that, and the other. So I feel like we can put enough faith in nonprofits who've went as far as to get a 501c3 to be able to at least read a one-sheeter to see if they apply or not. And I feel like that'll just...
What the criteria is?
Yeah.
All right.
I think maybe as a first good step, we ought to get the policy. Emily needs to review it to make sure that we're not putting, you know, I'd hate to have people apply and then being mad at Huntersville. Well, you put it out there, you know, why aren't you supporting us? We could have a few enemies before it's all over with.
We already do.
But I mean, let's see what the policy is, have Emily review it.
All right, I got it. We're good. The next one was funding / approval of,
Excuse me, Mr. Roberts, there's a slash on the approval of public arts. I put that on there when, and maybe you can help me out, when the Art Commission approves something, what comes back to the board as far as, okay, this is gonna be public art? Who approves what, and when does, what do they approve and what do we approve?
and I think the slash, actually several people, I think.
Yeah,
part of
because
this-
I wanted to talk about
Yes.
funding to begin
that's
with,
why I put the
and we can
slash.
talk about the approval process.
I kind of joined both yours together, and because it was talking about public art, and so one was, you know, more of how we're going to fund that maybe in the future. One was more of getting at what Mr. Boone was saying. Well, who approves it, and what kind of process do they go through as far as maybe monuments or whatever that come up. So I bundled both of those together to try to tackle it as one topic. And I know Tracy or either MJ probably can help me out a lot here, but, so if one of
I'd
y'all-
like to just make a few comments. So we started a public art commission, I don't know, 3 years ago. In fact, I think you were spearheading it, and I've been a part of that and sit through most of their meetings. You know, we're to everybody's point, a large and growing town, city, and I think it's time that we show some support for the funding of public art. I know as I've sat through these meetings, the group has worked on getting grants, but many times there are matching dollars that they could get, so we're, you know, doubling our money. But they have nothing to start with, and they've done everything they can. Interestingly, the ASC grant that we cut off actually came right back to us. So we sort of cut off funding for public art as a part of that, and I would like to see a line item in the Parks and Rec budget that would be dedicated to public art, so that when they have opportunities for matching grants and or just want to do some art, that they have some ability to do it, because it's a hard-working group of people. Now, to Commissioner Boone's point, anything that they do comes back to us for approval. So they aren't spending money or creating any art without our approval. So I don't see any liability there. So whatever we put on as a line item, we're going to have approval of it anyway.
Well, that wasn't quite my point. And I don't go to all the meetings, but I do sit in on some of them. There was an example of a park bench of The two selections was a lake scene versus a farming scene. And you kind of spearheaded the lake side, that you wanted to have that as a park bench. And the vice chair of the Arts Committee wanted to have the farming. So you voted, and it became a.
No, I don't vote on it.
Excuse me,
Oh, yeah.
plural.
Okay, gotcha.
They voted, and it was the lake scene. That's fine with me. I just thought that came back to us. That was my question.
The park bench, yes, would come back to us.
No,
But-
I meant the art part of the bench.
Yeah, it should come back.
I understand, unless I'm wrong, unless I missed something, but I believe all of the art approvals have all came back to the town board.
Did the lake scene and the farming scene come back to us to approve that, or did we vote on that?
Yeah, because my understanding, we showed graphs of each bench and kind of where it's going and the design of it, unless I'm missing something, Tracy, but my understanding, all those were brought to the board.
Now,
That's what-
they brought back their recommendation. They didn't bring back, hey, we evaluated 2 benches or 3 benches.
Oh, yes.
So yes, but the ultimate approval is for this board, the town board.
Okay, but did the town board vote on the lake?
I think everything.
No, we just brought back what the Public Art Committee approved. We didn't bring back, okay, the Public Art Committee looked at 3 different bench designs. We just said, this is what the Public Art Committee approved.
So they approved the art.
Yeah.
And I thought we were supposed to approve the art.
Well, you had the ultimate approval of what we bring back. I mean, you could have said, yeah, I don't like that, and the board can say, you all need to go back and look at a different option.
Let Tracy talk.
Like Tracy.
So in the past, the benches were designed through Hello Huntersville. So there was no artwork approval. And that is also where this bench was originally coming from, was Hello Huntersville, the ASC grant. So we moved forward with this bench like we did with the other ones in the past.
So in the future, you folks will decide what goes on the bench? Is that the way I'm understanding this?
If it's something that went through Hello Huntersville and the ASC grant, this is what they did in the past, so I just followed suit. Because it was through the event, the artist was creating this piece during the event, and the Art Commission approved the designs prior to the event, and then she was on site creating so people could watch and help. Because we canceled Hello Huntersville, this one kind of got delayed. So that's probably why, I mean, I don't know why they didn't bring it in the past. We can in the future.
Let me use
That's easy.
Let me use a different example. The ice house with the ice cubes and everything.
Yes.
I hear that has changed. And you brought that to us and it looked pretty good.
It looks, it's not, it hasn't changed, I guess it's changed a little. The design is still the same. It's just, there's one there's one ice cube on the top versus mixing them in. And that's just, cause he couldn't light them all. So the design is still the same.
Okay, will that be brought back to us, the board, to vote on, since it's changed?
Has it already started, or is it?
I mean,
So during the process, when Art starts trying to figure out, well, how actually I'm gonna do this, it gets further into it, he's realized structurally and for the sustainability of the piece, he's had to make some tweaks. So from the idea of the piece hasn't really changed, other than more brick is used in some of the
Yeah.
places that we weren't gonna use it for the stability of the project. So sometimes you will have some of those tweaks, but overall, the look won't be much different, than there might be more brick than there is.
Wait, can I just say something?
Tell us what you
I mean,
want.
part of the whole art committee was so we don't have to get into all these different details. And, you bring the concept, unless the concept changes from ice cubes to a naked person, it should just never have to come back to us. And then in terms of the whole funding thing, I find it fascinating. We cut the Arts and Science Council, and part of it was we would send 25,000 and 5,000 would come back directly to Hello Huntersville. But since then, we've probably received $100,000 worth of gifts or artwork in kind. So we've done better by just having a mechanism to receive or even go out and get these grants. So I think it's actually worked fairly well for at least my intent. But I definitely don't personally want to be in the minutia of trying to every tweak and turn for artwork. Now, my Kiwanis Club is doing, donating a mural for around the new bathroom at the Veterans Park. That whole concept will come up to us, but I assume at some point she's going to be painting and something might have to change on it because there's, you know, something will be different. I don't want her to come back and, you know, say, hey, I had to move this piece.
I think Commissioner Beals.
Sorry.
No, so, because I agree with you. In regards to the funding, so when we were sending funding down to ASC and then they were just basically sending it back to us, I was under the impression that Parks and Rec were going to continue to keep that funding underneath your umbrella for art. Have you not done that? Okay, then I'm going to agree with Commissioner Walsh that needs to be the line item, because that whole idea was, why are we sending money down there only to get it back? It just seemed odd. But I always expected you to have that line item in your budget for art. I mean, it was just kind of, in my mind, it was changing the heading from ASC to Huntersville Art. That's just me. I don't know how we got sideways.
Now, there's still a slight chance to still get some Arts and Science Council money, but we're on the lower edge of, we're on a different level from a standpoint of applying, so the chances are lower. But no, we've never kept additional money for, that used to go to the Arts and Science Council every year. No, but there's not a line in our budget now that money goes to.
So we just cut it completely out of the budget.
Yeah.
That was never, I don't feel like that was our intent. Mr. Mayor, your thoughts? Or was
I
it?
think it was, yeah.
Was to just not
Yeah.
fund
Yeah, because,
the extra art piece?
We got more than we've ever put into art. In the last 2-3 years, we've probably received more money privately than we actually contribute.
And again, we're going to still go after that private money. The point is, now we have a starting point, especially in cases where there's matching grant money. And that's where they're getting jammed up. Because sometimes just like we did with the trails, hey, we'll go engineer it, county's going to go build it. They're saying, hey, put some skin in the game, and we don't have any money, no skin to put in the game. So I think we need some kind of line item in the Parks and Rec budget. You know, they can either use it, get matching grants, and continue to pursue it. Again, the art will initially come back to us for approval. Notice I said initially.
Yeah.
I agree with you. You can't get into the minutia.
When we debated having this committee or not, it was, should the town be part of it and have the town pick the committee members, or should it be like the Old Huntersville Historic Society, just let them be citizens, can set up a 501c and let them raise the money through the public and not use taxpayer money? And the vote was very close at the time.
Well, you know, they haven't used taxpayer money.
No, but it seems like that we're asking to add that. And I think, Brian, help me out, that when the vote came down, you voted to approve the committee as long as they didn't use taxpayer money.
That is correct, yes. That is correct.
Okay.
I still believe that.
And now, and we had this discussion, I recall also on, if there's installation type stuff, we were okay with that.
Right.
We did have that discussion, but actually funding a piece of artwork or whatever, no, we haven't been doing that I'm aware. So, but have we maybe bolted a bench down if we could do it with our staff? I'm sure, absolutely we do that. I feel comfortable with doing that.
Well, I would like to see this board make a commitment to public art.
I'd agree with that.
I think we have.
I
I'd agree
Well,
with
that-
having a specific line item added to the Parks and Rec for funding to allow for matching.
How are we funding Hello Huntersville now? That aspect of it.
Hotel motel, and then there's hotel motel dollars, majority, and there's some sponsorship dollars for sponsors of the event. But the hotel motel funds pretty much all of our events, in addition to the sponsorships.
So it's taken the place of the ASC funding?
Yes, I mean, sponsorships dollars have to, our additional hotel motel had to replace that
Okay.
money. Yeah.
So then it's not taxpayers' money?
For Hello Huntersville.
No, but I'm saying if it comes from tourism, right?
The question becomes, is that something that tourism dollars should be funding? I don't know the answer to that, as far as public art is concerned. I wasn't necessarily opposed to putting a little bit of money in there to get matching grants, so they had that ability to access those dollars. I don't want to see us blanket funding public art, but I understand the need for them to leverage some dollars in order to get some of the bigger pieces that I know that they're looking for. So, or they're gonna have to come to us and just, ask for the funding. I mean, whether it's, I don't know how they do that. So I think that's something that we need to continue to have conversation around between now and budget season.
All right, and,
I didn't
I think
put
it's
my
been
2
working
cents
really well.
in. I don't believe it's the place of the government to decide what art is, so that's that. And can we not try to get patrons, like do something through the arts committee where they have patrons who help donate money? I mean,
yeah, we are.
That's what's been happening.
That's what's been
Yeah.
happening. And I think I heard folks were okay, I think, the majority are okay with, sort of not bringing everything back to the board, like if it's some tweaks and changes, but, bring a design, but if that moves a little bit, changes a little bit, okay. But if it's a drastic change,
It's
bring
kind
it
of
back
like
to
the
the board.
quasi-judicial. If there are little changes.
Don't talk about that process again. Jack and I may have a wrestling match in a minute.
All right, well,
All right, we got,
TB,
maybe 30 seconds, I don't know, if you plan on get out at 5. Some, I can, couple of these are, I can probably knock out in less than a minute.
Go for it.
So on the
30 seconds.
legislative agenda, which is actually the next one, I'm just going, because we're not going to get to all these probably unless you want to stay here. These are more of, we're addressing Iceland melanoma funding for the state. That was a legislative goal. I think, Stacy, you just mentioned that. Maybe that's to bring to everyone's attention. That's where we're moving. 'Cause
well, and A and B are mine, and I just wanted to put them on there because we have a new NCGA representative. So those are new conversations that need to be had, and we need to just continue to focus on that, especially if they're having budget discussions.
And I have had initial conversations with both Representative Bradford as well as Senator Marcus on these, and we'll continue to have those conversations.
And C and D are mine, a man can dream.
we're going, on those two, yes, those are some that come back up.
I got an
I don't know
X.
how
I got
quick
an
they
X
will
on
take,
mine
how
on
long they will
C&D.
take.
You what?
I have an X on mine for C&D.
So we can have discussion on those two. We did chat about those two, I think at the last retreat. So we can have as much discussion you want, or as little discussion, that's up to y'all. I mean, if we're gonna tackle these, I need some guidance to move in
What
that
numbers are we
direction.
talking
to
about? I'm
tackle.
sorry, I'm checking out. It's 5 o'clock. What
13
numbers? Oh, 13.
He
Oh,
wants to do a
13C.
plastic bag
Oh,
ordinance
no.
So,
and impact fee legislation.
C and D, we vetted those through the legislative process last year. According to our town attorney and working with Mr. Williams and staff and the League of Municipalities, those two items are not an option for us.
Well, we can't do them specifically. I think what we're saying here in the header is 13 legislative agenda. What we want are state legislators to address. Admittedly, we cannot pass a plastic bag ordinance, we cannot implement an impact fee. The state can grant us those powers to do those things.
So in 2014, 2016, somewhere in there, the state rescinded the plastic bag ordinance that they had originally given a coastal town authority to do. They've rescinded that. That was a acknowledgement that they are not, that's not an option for us as far as a legislative agenda item.
These did not make your legislative agenda.
Correct,
I
they
think
did
the
not.
question then is ultimately, do you want it to make the legislative agenda item and go back, you know, and try to address these things? That's more of a, tell me what you want me to do and we'll get it done.
Is there anybody that, besides Lance, that wants to add this? Okay.
Outstanding.
Go on to officer emotional survival.
I think Mr. Boone's gonna hold up a book for us.
Yes, sir. I did 14, 15, and 16. I like to group those together. I just think that it's very important that we have emotional support for the law enforcement officers of our town, because they're in such a stressful job, especially now that, Chief, you answered those questions earlier. I think that it's something that we need to really talk about almost on a quarterly basis to be sure that our folks are getting the help that they need. And as far as the top shelf, organizing community projects, using the auxiliary police force to kind of promote, instead of having a sworn officer do the Crime Stopper thing, maybe somebody from the auxiliary side of that, like a Tom Seifert or some, that's involved in public relations, could possibly be a better person there instead of a full-time HPD person. That's basically it.
Yeah, and I think that's a great organization. Chief is very obviously familiar with Top Deck Foundation, and it's something we want to try to get started where private organizations give back, and they sort of run it to give funds to maybe help the PD for various things. It could be, you know, a gift card on their birthday. It could be, you know, just things like that. But it's all private funding. They raise the funds, and they, and I'm doing it not enough justice, but we started one in Cornelius quite a few years ago, all run by private, and they got these private sector dollars to help with various things. It could have been motorcycles for the Greenway, you know, equipment, other things that's needed. Is that a fair statement, Chief?
But it's grassroots from outside that start up. And, they met with us just to help us prioritize their numbers and what they're gonna do for the next year and things like that. But, I've met with a couple of nonprofit leaders that's interested in that, and I've got them in touch with Top Ten. And I know they've met, and I don't know how, it's not something that we start, it's something that starts itself.
So we're putting the right people together to potentially get that started. It's a great organization. If we can get it started here, it'd be a home run. I agree, 100%. So we'll try to help connect those people to make it happen. Mr. Boone and I chatted a little bit about it earlier, so hopefully we can make that happen. I'm gonna hop to 17, actually, Mayor. These two, just really, several folks mentioned these positions, you know, PIO, and increasing the front desk hours, maybe bringing that on full-time. We're looking at that, and we're gonna analyze that with, you know, the 19 Jack may ask for and the 30 that MJ may ask for, whatever. So we analyze that as we get all that in and bring that back. So that's all we'll say about those. But I think some board members felt like these may be some key positions that we need to consider, and we will. And then look, we've got a couple more. We've got number 12, mayoral authority and emergency declaration. And then we've got 18 and 19, and maybe one more after that. But the mayoral authority and emergency declaration, I think that
was
one may have
mine.
came from Commissioner Bales.
It did, and it came from the conversations the board had when COVID started. And I think that is something per our ordinance statute that we may want to consider. I don't think anyone ever thought that COVID, a state of emergency would last this long. And from the conversations I've had with the board, the initial response should be left to the mayor. But if it goes on weeks, right, to where, or months, and the board's able to convene, that the board, I think, at the end of the day, would like some opportunity to have conversation around it. Does that sum up the conversations we've had?
Yes, it does. I think the issue here was, especially as we got into it, was trying to coordinate with the northern towns, Mecklenburg County, and I know there wasn't always agreement on that, but I think at that point, the board should have been involved in the decision on, you know, how much longer the declarations would have, you know, who we'd be aligned with in terms of, we don't want to have the towns doing 3 different things, the county not being aligned.
Well, and I think, let's be clear, the mayor did an excellent job. And the reason it's on here has nothing to do with, you know, how well he did his job. He was spot on.
If I recall some of that conversation, it's been a while, it was, if we had a road mayor, I'll give an example, let's just say everybody in the county wanted to, you know, keep everything open, all the mayors, and then this mayor said he wants to shut down everything, or vice versa. Maybe he's not saying exactly what the board, he wants to keep everything open, the rest of the board wants to shut it down, or he wants to shut everything down and the rest of the board wants to keep it open. Does he have that authority to make that decision, you know, for the board? And I think that's maybe what I kind of gathered in this discussion. It wasn't that of course he did a great job and everybody was in agreement with what he said, but what if he or she was complete opposite?
For me, I have friends that are in a lot of other municipalities, and they could not believe that our mayor dare ask us our opinion, even if a straw poll about things, and they felt very excluded from conversations. So while we've got a great mayor right now, who's to say what could happen in a couple years and you get a wacko that wants to change the name, shut it down. So having the best case scenario, I'm like, okay, so now I'm kind of worried about the worst case scenario. So that's where it really comes from, is I didn't realize, I guess, until COVID happened, talking to other people, that their mayors operate in this world and they're in this world, and they only meet on the dais and their opinions aren't valued. So I appreciate you valuing us and teaching us a best practice that we got to be careful in the future.
Well, and I think that when the past board created it, it was with the expectation of what if a hurricane came through or a tornado came through and the board couldn't get together? Well, it was a short, limited amount of time. You know, this has drug on for almost a year. And the board, I'm sure, we can sit here like this and convene. The board would like to make sure that we're all on the same page together. And I think that's something that's fair.
Well, I think what's going to happen, because, you know, how long does the governor have these emergency powers? So this is going to be debated, not just for mayors, but county chair and so forth. So it's probably a pretty good discussion. Hopefully, an emergency only comes once every so often, and it's for a very short period of time.
Yeah, I was going to say 100 years from now.
But I think that probably is going to be something that's going to trickle down from top legislation down to the mayors as well.
Maybe we can do a little more research on that topic.
Absolutely.
Bring back what is it, you know, maybe use a COVID again. What is it the declaration already allow, or what does our policy say? And, because we don't have that right in front of us right now.
Well, because at the end of the day, to me, an emergency is immediate, right? Now we've gone how many months? Is it really, while it's dire for many people, we can still meet. People can still see us and participate virtually. It's not technically an emergency at that point. So I think
and one of the good things that happened a couple of years ago is this agreement that was signed by all the towns and the county to, you know, coordinate this. And
correct.
with, whether it was the Colonial Pipeline or COVID and all that, that is all because of that agreement, and that has worked out very well.
Agreed.
So
Emergency management's done a
We'll do
great
some
job.
research and bring back what it actually says. I don't have that right in front of me now. Is that okay?
Yep.
The last, well, two that I have on here, there may have been one added. Revisit the board appointment process. I still don't think we're doing it right. I think that one.
Yep.
I wonder who's,
What
What do you
who's
mean,
this
we
one?
did it great Monday?
So it's not about the individual appointments. I mean, that process makes perfect sense. It's about the multi-process. My understanding at one point was that we would give out 3 names right at once. So for instance, if I say Frank Gammon for one opening and everyone else says Jacob Glass, well, then we vote on it. Second one, I say Frank Gammon, everyone else says Emily Sloop. We vote on it. Third time, I say Frank Gammon, everyone else says Frank Gammon. How many people did I nominate? One. What I'm saying is, there's 3 openings, I wanna give 3 names.
No, because when we talked about this last time, we discussed it like rank voting, like how we're elected. And even if, like, we were supposed to go boom, 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 and then only if you say one person, that's your one vote. I remember having this conversation very vividly.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, that's my
Your personal
frustration.
opinion.
is If there are 3 openings, I wanna say 3 names, and I want every other, board member to be able to say 3 names.
Yeah. Yeah, it was supposed to be.
And I don't think we're doing that. We did it almost once.
You could always do
No, we did do it with ordinance
did it
advisory.
once.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
named off all 3.
And
because
then we had another one where we had 2 openings, and it worked out because everyone kind of coordinated and was able to say this person and then that person, so everyone got 2. But the possibility of it happening again bothers me.
It is awkward. It just seems like an awkward process. Not last time, because it was one person and
Right.
everybody
One person
agreed,
works
but
perfectly, no issues.
Yeah.
That's just a frustration point for me, and I mean, take it for what it's worth.
so Emily, how should we do it?
I want to look back at the language of the rules of procedure, but I think Lance is actually correct on this one, that you are
Oh,
supposed
don't tell
to
him
be.
that,
That
please.
you are supposed to be able to name the same number of nominees as there are vacancies. I don't have them pulled up right in front of me right now, but I believe I recall reading that, and that is what it said, that the board members could provide the same number of nominees as there are vacancies.
Okay.
How about we make Emily make sure we're doing it right?
Yeah.
Big fan.
Does that sound
Well-
okay?
We have a whole bunch in June, so
I'll say anything about anything right now, just to move on.
All right.
We know, Brian.
Make sure we're doing, all right.
No, I could get a hold back here, dude.
Shift code enforcement to the police department, 1 full-time employee.
That's still me. That's from last year.
I would
I'm
probably
gonna lose
say,
that battle again, but I think it should happen.
I'd probably ask Jack and Chief, but I don't want to get them to come up here, but I think they would say they like it the way it is right now. Moving to police sometime may create a heavier hand, or, you know, with a badge coming in, it helps maybe sometimes the situation, but it may be a little bit heavier hand, but we're open to whatever.
I'll
You
file
decide.
it with plastic bag ordinance and impact fee.
and I'll get the light on 73.
Now, if you tell me you want me to move that over to police, we'll do that, but,
Now, you have
And I'm
one
not
more.
giving up on
one
public
more.
art.
The last one,
This
this
is
is,
important.
this
Okay.
is, that we added, I know there was some conversation earlier about, you know, do we want to move forward, with maybe starting a process on, I know it was just presented today, but civilian police force and moving, hiring some people, and moving in that direction. Mayor brought that back, I think Stacy mentioned something, somebody else. We have funds in the budget that we could do that. Obviously, if you decide to move in that direction, we would obviously we'd put together the job descriptions. I'm sure if Chief got that, he'd jump on it probably this weekend. And then we'd go through the process of trying to hire. Before we could get people probably in the door, it's probably, I'm gonna say at best, 2 months, because they gotta be background checked. It's probably more like 3 months. So that was a topic that came back up, and I'm just looking for direction.
Could we
before-
get the chief to come out? I have some questions.
Please.
And we vote on this to come back, right? Like, we vote to put the budget and to make the amendment, or he can just run with it?
We have funds in the existing budget. Now, if you tell me, 11, all of a sudden, we may have, a problem. We- we
What
would- we
existing
would
budget,
work-
his budget or general?
Existing budget right now to move in that direction, because we're down whatever, 10 or so
the
people.
police department budget.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll get out of the way and let y'all ask questions.
So my question is this: across the country, there are several versions of civilian or auxiliary police, et cetera. In some cases, they drive around in marked cars, they have similar uniforms. Some cases, they carry guns. In some cases, they sort of have full power. In some cases, they just write tickets, help with traffic control. So when we say, first of all, are we calling this auxiliary police force or civilian police force?
No,
No,
what
that's
I'm
not what
referring
we're
to is civilian administrative personnel.
Oh,
Civilian employees, administrative assistants, crime scene technicians.
Animal control.
Right.
Okay.
Let me tell you what we have done on civilian, what you're referring to a little bit. So we looked at, this year, we looked at some auxiliary police force options. I'm a citizens on patrol person. I really like it. I think they can come in and do some of the work. Even, some of this is dangerous. I mean, checking on vacation checks, it's dangerous. You might walk into a burglary in progress and you gotta be prepared for that. But there's
Okay.
plenty, I can tell you, there's plenty of people that will waive the liability side of it. The problem we get into is the workers' comp. So what we did this year, to make it all, a long story short, instead of using volunteers, we went with part-time employees. We've got one. But his salary was such, his normal salary, his non-Huntersville salary is such that if he got hurt, we would have to compensate him. We'd have to replace his compensation that we couldn't afford to replace. So as a part-time employee, we only have to, in a workers' comp situation, we only have to replace the salary that he makes with us. So, what this is not civilian auxiliary police force. This is civilian positions inside the police.
I got you. I looked down at 16 and said auxiliary police force. This is what we talked about this afternoon,
Right.
this morning,
We
or
just
whenever.
thought if there
Oh.
are 2 or 3 positions or whatever that you can get going right now.
I got you.
Versus waiting until.
Okay, I missed that.
January, July, July.
So,
What would you want?
Well, I got them listed in roughly the order. I mean, I'll tell you this, if you approve the breeder ordinance, the puppy mill ordinance, you gotta do the,
Animal control. Yeah, you've already made that.
but that's roughly the order I would pick them if I was picking them.
But like you said with the animal control too, what is it, 58% of your officers are running the animal control calls. So we're giving him back officer time that's very, very precious too.
Yeah, same way with the crime scene technicians, they're 100% of our officers do crime scene work, whenever call they go on, so.
But you're saying you want them in this order?
I would pick them in that order unless you're saying, if you say, you can only have 250 of that, maybe I'd revisit the look of it. I don't know, I don't know where you're at with it.
Commissioner Bales has a question.
first question, how many of these are you currently asking for today?
Well, they're all there for your consideration, so
So, all of them? Okay, that's good. Second question is, right now you're down, 11 officers? So if we use the funds that we currently have in this year's budget to fund this, what does your budget look like when your budget request for officers? Because it's not like, you're still gonna have 11 officers next budget,
right,
right?
right.
So what you're asking today is let's go ahead today and give another $477,000 into the police budget moving forward.
That is, it is a continuous thing.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, because it's
It's
not
not
like.
a one-time.
It's not a one-time thing, and the need of the officers are always going to be there.
Right.
And I'm not necessarily opposed to giving you all of them today. I just want to make sure that we all understand that budget request, if we do this today, is still going to include officers for the next year's budget.
Could you hire?
I think my intent when I talked to Anthony was, hey, what are the critical role right now, 2, 3, whatever, that you know you can get people, and then that relieves your, some of your police officers, you know, because we're in a, not a crisis, but we're in a critical stage with the lack of police officers. So my intent is, hey, we're not gonna get, Anthony's not gonna come back and say, hey, this is what we're gonna do in the next 90 days. It's going to be, these are the three, four
Strategic.
positions we need. That would be,
And I completely agree with you. I just want to make sure the board, when we go to vote on a budget, remembers, right?
yes, Commissioner Munger?
So, on your first line item, you have 5 of the civilian expediter positions, and it says 24/7, that's to provide 24/7 coverage on those. Why not have the same thing for some of the other ones, the crime scene technician I mean?
Well, it's cost, and the difference is, the crime scene work comes and goes.
Okay.
And we will have them, when we don't have crime scene work, they will be doing other things like helping with background investigations and things like that.
Mhm.
But based on our current crime scene work, we think that's about the right number. You can't do it with less than 2 because they have to be on call.
Yeah.
For call-outs, you gotta let people have weeks off, right? So, I think 2 is bare minimum, but I think 2 is a good start on this. Eventually, this town's gonna have a full-time crime scene unit
Right.
with probably 4 or 5 people, but I don't think we need to do that today.
That's the one that jumps off the page mostly to me, that maybe 2 is absolute minimum, and maybe it should go higher.
Yeah.
I mean,
It takes 5 people to do anything 24/7 because you've got vacation time you have to factor in. If we never let anybody take vacation, nobody ever got sick, 4 would be the number, right? But you're right. I just think that we're trying to start somewhere.
Sure.
And bite this off in pieces.
I appreciate that. I just want to also plant the seed that maybe next year, maybe 2 years from now, you're going to come back and you're going to say, I need 4, I need 5.
Probably.
It is a simple fact.
Chief, this is just a salary. If this doesn't include possibly a new animal control truck and
That's
a
correct.
computer for a quartermaster if it's in a uniform.
That's
This
correct.
is just salary. And so we're probably looking at a higher cost than
Yeah,
this.
there will be some impacts. I think we can absorb most of that. That's the reason I didn't put it in there. But yeah, there are some auxiliary impacts. There always are.
Okay.
All right, well, there's pickleball coming at 6 if anybody wants to stay. Up from my standpoint, thank you all. I know adaptability. And thank the board. There are definitely different views on a lot of different issues here, but, ultimately, we're all trying to make the best decision for the town to move it forward. And I think we'll coalesce around a lot of, what we discussed. Looking forward to the rest of the budget process. And, like I said, thank you all. Have a good weekend, be healthy, and you can stay for pickleball. Do you have anything,
I was
Anthony?
just, you didn't pick a number to move forward or anything on this, right? I didn't hear.
No, I want you to come back with a proposal.
Okay.
I think we want you to
Yes.
come back with a proposal. Hey, these are the 2 or 3 critical, we need to
I
get it
got you.
done.
I'll just say, staff did all this. I'm just a, clown sitting up here. So, Jackie, Bobby, everybody else, all the department heads, great job. They're the ones who made it happen.
All right, I guess the meeting adjourned.
Yeah, but I do.